Four players remain in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, and it is a battle of the past. Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, childhood rivals born in 1990, and also Anish Giri and Wesley So have been battling it out since they were kids. But who will be the best when it matters the most in the semi-finals? Welcome to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Great commander.
One of these four players will be the winner of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And to take us through all the excitement and drama of these semi-finals, Women's Grandmaster Ivanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And David, it actually is two knockout battles that we haven't seen so far in the tour. So what do you expect from this one?
It's going to be exciting. These are the four most informed players, probably the four best rapid players in the world right now, and anything could happen.
Yeah, but Ivanka, with four players in great shape, they have played fantastic chess. What will nerves be like now, right before the start of semi-finals?
Oh, I think the nerves and the tension will be building to explosive levels. And I have to say, Magnus Carlsen himself said it perfectly. Even an anemic pack of saffron birds would understand that this will be exciting. You can't get more colourful than that.
How do you sort of judge Magnus's mood here before he's up against Jan Nepomniachtchi?
He's clearly in a good mood. He's been looking relaxed throughout the tournament, and that's why he's been playing so well. A bit of a shaky day yesterday, but other than that, Magnus back to the form that we know he's capable of.
Yep. Well, it's a day of a lot of fun chess. We're going to have a lot of fun in the studio. Let's take a look at the schedule. So in today's first game, we will follow Nepo and Magnus Carlsen. A lot of great chess, but we also will have the puzzle of the day. As always, we will be joined by Ginger GM later on. And we're also going to be joined by a Norwegian TV star. His name is Ole Rolfsrud. That is after game 2. So Ole has followed Magnus for many years, and he's seen Magnus become a superstar. So what is it like for Magnus Carlsen? And we're going to talk a little bit about this today. The superstar, Magnus Carlsen. What is it like for a 22-year-old from the small country of Norway who describes himself as an introvert to become a worldwide celebrity?
When he started to get recognized on the streets more often in Oslo, that did not go down very well with him. And you can't do anything without people noticing what you're doing.
So Magnus Carlsen, he has to deal with maybe more than many other players, David. Also, journalists, fans from all over the world, sponsors want to talk to him, other celebrities want to talk to him. Is there more pressure on Magnus than the other ones?
For sure. I mean, Magnus, it's not just that media attention. He knows he has to win every tournament he goes into. I know in the first few years, he found it a bit awkward. He didn't really enjoy that. But recently, he started to embrace it. Yeah. I think he enjoys it more. He's more open to talking about his feelings, about talking about where he is. And yeah, the chess world loves him for it.
Well, it must be a privilege to be a celebrity, Ivanka. And this is also the theme for the question of the day.
Yes, it is. What is it like to be a celebrity? Well, we are asking everyone, who is the coolest celebrity that you have ever met or would like to meet? And you can tweet your answers using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we do adore it when you send pictures, and especially if you're sending us pictures of celebrities. So we just would love that. And one lucky winner will win this beautiful Airthings mini device. So excellent prize.
I really hope we get some pictures today.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. I just love seeing the pictures, just that add that extra dimension, and especially if they're a person with a celebrity.
Well, another celebrity, a big star in Russia, especially Jan Nepomniachtchi, did have a bad start to the tournament here, but he's been definitely on rising form. And on the second day of semi-finals yesterday, wow, he had a fantastic performance against Hikaru Nakamura.
So Nepomniachtchi is learning from his mistakes.
Jan Nepomniachtchi started the second day with 2 crushing wins against the American Hikaru Nakamura.
Nepomniachtchi, he knows he's about to win. He's pushed that pawn forward. Okay, Nakamura, he senses as well that he's lost right now. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
The bishop finds its best diagonal. He's about to support the push of that corner pawn. Harry is about to become a lady. He's going to become a queen.
And that is it. Hikaru has lost and Nepomniachtchi has won his first game.
What is it about for you now then to get ready for semi-finals? What will you do to prepare?
Just study his games, study our games, study my games, study openings, and hopefully sleep a little.
Lost his rhythm and wow.
Oh.
Okay, Magnus Carlsen, he's sacrificing a pawn. He's got an idea in mind, but I think that idea is faulty. I don't think it quite works. And there's actually almost a winning idea here for Levon Aronian. Look at that.
Levon Aronian put up a courageous fight in the second match against Magnus Carlsen. The Armenian's efforts were in vain as he failed to make a comeback against the world champion.
Levon Aronian hasn't won it already is because of the clock situation. Magnus finding tricks to keep this game going. There's just no way to break through. I think this is a draw.
Carlsen joins Wesley So, Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the semi-finals.
It is Jan Nepomniachtchi now for you in the semi-finals. I'm very excited about that. How do you feel about it?
No, it's gonna be a good matchup. I thought today he was very impressive.
Magnus Carlsen saying it. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was impressing yesterday. He did win that semi-final match against Hikaru Nakamura. They tied the first one, but eventually Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we also see Magnus Carlsen. He had a great semi-final, winning the first day and the second day against Levon Aronian. Wesley So the same thing up against 17-year-old Alireza Firouzja. He was able to win both of the matches. And he will face Anish Giri. That was a tight one against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But Anish Giri was the best on the second day, and he is through to the semi-finals. And the big question, David, how will it be decided who goes through to the final?
So we will have 2 days of semi-finals, one best-of-4 match on each day. The time limit is the same, 15 minutes per player, gaining 10 seconds after every move. However, if we can't separate the players after these 2 days of matches, we will go down to tie breaks, and those will be settled by Blitz and Armageddon games.
All right. So the odds, Ivanka, that we will have, because we actually didn't have any tie breaks in the quarterfinals.
Unusual. Yes, absolutely unheard of. I mean, every single other quarterfinal has seen tie breaks, and yesterday, nothing. It just looked like smooth sailing. And these guys, they are on form. Yeah. You know, the action is going to be red hot.
Oh, I'm excited. And so we're going to follow in the first game, David. Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. And they haven't faced each other so far in the knockout stage, but they faced each other thousands of times. Especially over the board chess. Yeah. They're born in the same year. Who is this guy, Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was actually deemed the most prodigious talent of his age. I remember Garry Kasparov when Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, when we were all around 10 years old, Garry Kasparov said Nepomniachtchi would be the next world champion. He rated him as a higher talent than Magnus Carlsen. And when they were young, Nepomniachtchi beat Carlsen several times in these age group competitions. He's one to watch. His progress has been maybe less steep to the top. It took him a while to kind of build up and really fulfill his potential, but he's not to be messed with. He can beat anyone on his day.
So do you, Ivanka, remember sort of Nepomniachtchi maybe being the biggest name when these kids were coming through in the early 2000s?
Well, I have to say, when I was when I was growing up, they weren't around then. But I have to say that Magnus Carlsen was always a name. You know, having been in Scandinavia for a long time, it was all about Magnus Carlsen, and Nepomniachtchi just came as a big surprise. But David, of course, has first-hand experience of competing in the under-10s, under-12s alongside these guys. So, yeah, he has that intimate experience there.
And I would love it, David, if we could actually take a look at the statistics and the scores for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because sometimes, maybe because he is the same age as Magnus, it's sort of forgotten about, but what a player.
Yeah, what a player. And there we see he has won the the Russian championship twice, most recently actually just back in December, winning ahead of other global superstars. He's also been European champion, and he's come second. He's won the silver medal twice in the World Rapid Championship. Yes, he's been in the shadow of Magnus, but he's won plenty on his own right. And there we see as well most importantly in his career. He is the co-leader of the Candidates Tournament, which continues next month. He's going to be one of the main favourites to challenge Magnus for the World Championship later this year. And he's also currently at his peak rating.
Wow, so this is super interesting. So he is the 2020 Russian champion, and his peak rating is his current rating. So basically, Ivanka, he's never been better?
Exactly. He's never been better. He has Magnus Carlsen in his eye line because, of course, he is leading the Candidates Tournament and he could be Magnus Carlsen's next challenger. So, I mean, absolutely. And we also know because of the Candidate Tournament, he would have been in serious preparation.
Exactly. And this one, David, wow.
And this is their personal head-to-head scores. There we see on the left that Magnus Carlsen is ahead in their rapid games. He has won 18 games, Nepomniachtchi only winning 7 with a few draws. But in classical games, Nepomniachtchi is actually ahead. He's one of the only players in World Chess who's leading Carlsen in their head-to-head scores with 4-1. Some of those were when they were kids, but it's still impressive.
Wow. This is going to be an interesting semi-final. I'm so excited. We did have a tweet from Magnus Carlsen earlier on. Seemed like he was in a good mood.
Yes.
I think also Nepo's been on Twitter.
Yeah, Nepo has been on Twitter, and he said the dark side of bomb clouds, everything. Impossible to see the future. And he's quoting Yoda, of course, from Star Wars. Of course, Yoda was very successful for Nepomniachtchi yesterday because that was the person he tweeted and quoted. And we'll see. I mean, but actually, we did see Nepomniachtchi come out yesterday a completely different person.
Yeah.
He had learnt from his mistakes. And he was playing calmly, aggressively, and to quote Magnus Carlsen, he was most impressive.
So what sort of games are we expecting between these two today, David?
Yeah, Magnus yesterday in his interview, he said he had to firstly pose some problems to Nepomniachtchi in the opening. He can't let Nepomniachtchi get a position where he can just use his instinct and just put his pieces on good squares and then start to attack. Magnus Carlsen has to somehow get Nepomniachtchi out of his comfort zone. And Magnus, he's the more universal player. He can work in every type of position. Nepomniachtchi tends to thrive only when he has the initiative, only when he's on the front foot. Magnus has to get him in maybe in some dry endgame or just strike straight out of the opening.
So are these two very different styles of playing chess?
Yes, Nepomniachtchi, ever since he was a kid, he's been the same. It's all about the initiative. It's all about the momentum. You see, he's normally quite a quick player. He just wants to find very natural moves and only worry about the calculation late in the game. Magnus, he wants to try and get him to work things out from an early stage.
And will Nepomniachtchi be the most nervous among these two? Or because he always seems so calm, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I don't think any of these top 4 players feel nerves, actually. I think they just are going to the games, you know, gung-ho and ready for action. I've never, ever seen any of these people flustered.
Fantastic. It's getting close, the first round and the semi-finals. Let's head into the play zone and see where all the players are sitting in the world. Only 4 players remain, but they are sitting quite spread out in the world. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi in Moscow, Russia. It's 7 o'clock for him. It's Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. They're sitting quite close to each other. The Netherlands and Oslo, it's 5 o'clock for them. And then we have Wesley So all the way over there in Minnesota, USA. 11 o'clock for him. So looking at this now, David, who is the favorite to win the Magnus Carlsen Invitational?
It's difficult to tell. All of these players, they seem to thrive in their time zones. Before the tour, I would have thought that starting in the morning would be a handicap for Wesley. So he's proved it's not. He's a morning person. And yeah, it's proved positive for him in the past.
4 fantastic players remain. It's 1.5 minutes until the start of the very first game in the semi-finals. So what will players be doing right now, David?
Well, knowing Magnus Carlsen, he's probably eating some noodles or salad. Wesley So might be shaving. Yeah, they'll all just be doing whatever gets them into that rhythm, gets them into that focus mode. That's the key thing.
But when do they have time to do preparations?
Normally it's the evening before. You don't want to do it in the morning when it will clog up the brain. You want to do it in the evening, have that night to sleep well, kind of all your memorization, that will settle in while you sleep. And the next morning you just want to be completely fresh.
And here, 3 of them are. Jan Nepomniachtchi with his head in his hands, getting focused, getting ready for the semi-final against his childhood rival, Magnus Carlsen. We do see Wesley So and Anish Giri. They are ready to fight it out in that semi-final. And we're still waiting for Magnus Carlsen. Hopefully he will be here very soon. With the white pieces, what do you expect from his first white game, Ivanka?
I expect Magnus to do what Magnus does best. He is going to look to kind of kill any kind of activity, and he is going to be all about just improving his position gradually and taking as much space as possible.
And there he is, the world champion, ready to fight it out in the semi-final. Let's see what moves he starts to make. And Jan Nepomniachtchi yawning a little bit there. Needs to get sharp and ready here, the Russian, because this is an important one. And actually noticing he's wearing the same T-shirt today as he's been, I think, every day, except the first day when he played bad.
Wow, okay. Chess players, we are superstitious. I know a lot of Russian chess players as well, very superstitious. Yeah, he's taking the Mickey with that shirt. I saw Mickey Mouse, or was it Minnie Mouse? Okay, either way, the play has started with Magnus Carlsen taking the centre, as Ivanka predicted. We do see the Queen's Gambit opening, and okay, a version of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Black has snatched a pawn at this early stage, and we're going to transpose into a variation known as the Vienna game.
Yes.
Very complicated stuff. Black's actually given the pawn back temporarily. This line was very popular just 2 years ago. Magnus Carlsen himself is an expert on the black side. I mean, I'm slightly surprised here. Okay, lots of, I think, quite rare stuff happening. White has brought the queen out very early. This is normally not recommended, but Magnus has an idea in mind. The reason I would never dream of going into this position as Jan Nepomniachtchi is because Magnus has so much experience. This was one of Magnus Carlsen's main openings after the World Championship match in 2018. He's worked on it with all his coaches. I know one of his seconds, I won't name names, but one of his seconds has told me he knows everything about this opening. That's why we see Magnus has played so quickly up to this point. And material is back to being balanced, same number of pawns. If Magnus Carlsen now plays a bishop capture.
What does Magnus have in the bag today? Ooh, let's see what
I think it would be noodles, because yesterday the salad.
Yeah, that wasn't a good
idea. He
idea.
didn't make friends with salad, as Homer Simpson says, and he didn't struggle. He struggled a little bit, but yeah.
Let's see it. What do you have on the menu today, Magnus Carlsen?
And will the food distract him? It seemed to really distract him yesterday. He lost his rhythm. He had good positions against Lovon Aronian in yesterday's quarterfinals, but somehow when that salad came out of its packet, he started playing.
Yeah, I just have to quickly show a tweet from Mr. Hot Tub, who says, Magnus getting ready for battle. Yeah, and you can see a GIF. It's actually a GIF of Arnold Schwarzenegger eating some noodles. And the moves coming through thick and fast. God, goodness me. He is eating away, right?
Yeah, it's surprising to see him do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, OK. Meanwhile, I'll try not to get distracted by Magnus's meal. Meanwhile, on the board, it is equal material. White's queen is nicely placed. It will be time in a moment to start developing, to get castled. If you look at the clock times as well, Nepomniachtchi, he's gained a minute and a half since they started. He's played every single move instantly, so he's deep in his preparation. Remember, these guys have worked together before. Jan Nepomniachtchi has acted as a second for Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus knows what Nepomniachtchi's opening tastes are, how he studies the opening stage. They know each other very well. And I mean, Magnus here, I'm surprised he hasn't just castled his king and then started eating, because that's the most obvious move in this position. It's the only useful thing to do. Magnus, get your king castled and then you can eat in peace.
Interestingly enough, Chess24 did an Instagram poll, and they asked their followers who is going to win, Magnus or Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what do you think the percentage was?
Well, I would
in favour of Magnus.
70?
70%?
I would have said 70 to 80, somewhere between there, yeah.
OK. 85% of people thought that Magnus was going to win. And the same question was asked about...
Doesn't have Instagram, so maybe it'll be a bit biased.
It was very close. It was super close. But David, you got to follow his logic. It was definitely, a niche. 53% of viewers...
Oh, that's close, though.
Viewers, followers thought that he was going to win. So super close.
Yeah, and maybe the reason that Instagram thinks Magnus Carlsen is the favourite is because of his personal record, that 18-7 lead he has against Nepomniachtchi in rapid games. Rapid is a very different form of chess than classical, and it suits Magnus Carlsen, who's very good at that calculation. Nepomniachtchi tends to rely much more on instinct, and that can't get you by the whole time. Meanwhile, on the last move, we did see both of the players castle their king. So very natural stuff, but Magnus now thinking again. So it's the end of the opening. Once both kings have reached safety, it will become about a bit of manoeuvring, but also who can just find the most active plan. And right now, White has a bit more space in the centre. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see why maybe White has a tiny advantage in this position. It's because he occupies the centre with a pawn, simply. Black's pieces are a bit more cramped, especially the problem for Black is going to be this knight. It cannot move at the moment because it needs to keep an eye on this pawn. If the knight ever moves, then White will just capture a free pawn. So, for example, the move I expect for Magnus Carlsen is to just bring his rook to an open line, a very logical idea, and Nepomniachtchi will have to deal with the protection of this pawn before he can start his piece development. Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, maybe just trying to hatch a plan other than this one, or maybe after this one, maybe just trying to think about how he'll connect this rook, this bishop, into the action to coordinate them with the rest of the pieces.
So I have to say, a lot of exchanges already after only 13 moves. Is this sort of Magnus trying to get as many pieces off the board, especially the queens, to get it into that endgame he loves?
Quite possibly. Nepomniachtchi, actually, a few years ago, one of his weaknesses was regarded as the endgame. But in the last 3-4 years, he's shown that that was completely false. He mentioned it himself in one of the interviews. He tends to beat even players like Nakamura quite regularly in the endgame. Nepomniachtchi, the endgame, he's clearly put a lot of work into that and he's improved it a huge amount in the last few years. So, I mean, yes, that's one of Magnus's strengths, the endgame, but Nepomniachtchi is not necessarily a target in those types of positions.
Yeah. What actually impressed me the most about Nepomniachtchi was that on the first day of his match against Nakamura, he actually squandered some points because he was impatient. It was an endgame. But the next day, we saw a completely different turnaround. He was super controlled with his moves. You know, I mean, he's nicknamed the Speed Demon because he's always playing the moves quickly. And yesterday we saw a different beast. And he was just playing accurately. He made it look super easy. And this is against Hikaru Nakamura, who was one of the hottest players of 2020. So... impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Nepomniachtchi, it just seems to me, as someone who's watched his games for the last 20 years, I mean, it seems to me as if he somehow found a bit more consistency, a bit more maturity in his play. He can play any type of position now better than he has in the past, and he's much more patient in general. Yes, he's rushed a couple of times, but he's much more patient in general. I would never in the past have seen him play this type of position, for example, as Black, where he has to just slowly bring out his pieces, slowly fight back for the space and try and equalise. In the past, he was very direct. And we should also mention, this is not his favourite opening. Usually, as Black, he plays the Grunfeld defence. That's what he's famous for. And maybe just having an eye on the candidates tournament next month, he has gone for something different. He's chosen a different opening, but he's clearly predicted all of Carlsen's moves. Look at that clock time. Nepomniachtchi at almost 17 minutes. Magnus now under 10 minutes. That could be a big factor. I mean, you could imagine a situation where it's still pretty tense, but Magnus might start to worry or start to lose the thread if he's still behind on the clock.
I'm kind of curious about one thing, because Nepomniachtchi will be playing the candidates tournament in just under a month. Do you think he's dipped into his bag of tricks to kind of play, well, first of all, Hikaru, because we saw him unleash a very powerful novelty in the first day of the match, and now he's playing something, well, that's not his normal style.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I've never seen Nepomniachtchi play this opening before. Maybe that's for, the reason he's chose it is for two reasons. Firstly, to surprise Magnus, and secondly, to make his future opponents, his future rivals in the candidates, just prepare for something else, worry about something else in future. Maybe it's just throwing them off the scent in a way. Meanwhile, OK, Magnus Carlsen did step the white queen back to try and occupy the centre with pawns. Nepomniachtchi, he's fighting back for the centre. Nepomniachtchi has played every single move instantly so far in the game, but now Magnus is pressing forward. He's hoping to create a passed pawn. OK, we do see a trade of pawns in the centre of the board. I expect Magnus Carlsen simply to capture that one back with a pawn. If Magnus captures now with a pawn, it shows he's trying to win. OK, with a queen, it shows he's happy to just have a roughly balanced game, because if you look at all the pawns right now on the board, they are completely symmetrical. All of white's pawns and all of black's pawns, they're pretty much on the same files, on the same ranks. And that means that the only imbalance are the pieces. And right now, white has slightly more active pieces with the queen, with the rook, but that's not a long-term factor. That's a very short-term thing. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has two obvious moves here. You have to kick back this queen. OK, he kicks it back by bringing his knight this way. He could also have brought it towards the king side, the right side of the board. Now, this queen is under attack. Magnus has to retreat it, but where to? You have to also keep an eye on this pawn. Black's knight attacking the pawn and the queen. So the most natural move for me would be to step back, but suddenly Black's going to bring his rooks into the game, eyeing up this queen along the same line. Magnus is going to continue having to step back, and I think this position is just going to be roughly balanced. In a few moves' time, Black will just push a pawn, maybe stop any knight jumps, stop any bishop jumps to this square, and then bring the rook into the game. Once Black's got all his pieces out, there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, though, you mentioned like Black getting all their pieces out. Well, the same is true of White. So on that basis, I'm going to say that I would prefer to play Black. Just because, you know, all you need to do now is just put a rook on an open line, the end.
Yeah, both sides fighting for that open line, and you're right. I mean, OK, I've actually predicted this. Black's last move as well, bring the rook here, does create a hidden threat. Black was threatening to move this bishop, maybe take this pawn with check, and that would open up a discovered attack against the white queen. Therefore, Magnus had to preempt that threat. He had to step his queen off the open line. But Magnus, he's lost time with the last two moves. He's lost a lot of time with his queen in this game, spent a huge amount of time with her. And, yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he's back on move. But it's roughly balanced here, I think.
Well, I see the bar. I know it wasn't St. Patrick's Day yesterday, so maybe the bar celebrated a little bit because it can't decide here. So this seems to be super complicated for the computers to evaluate.
Yeah, computers, there is sometimes a bit of a margin. When you show a computer a position, it always slightly prefers the side who has the move. So I think it is roughly level right now. Normally, if the computer says 0.3 or 0.4 in a wild, crazy position, that could be significant. But here, the fact it's quite a quiet position with no real weaknesses for either side, I think it is roughly around that 0.0 mark. So here, if we were talking about kind of whose position is easier to play, we'd say both sides have their chances, essentially.
Yeah. But Nepomniachtchi has a lot more time on his clock.
Yes, that's a nice luxury to have, a nice bonus. But then again, for Magnus, despite the fact he's only got 8 minutes, he's got half the time. It's not a complicated position, so it's enough to just spend 10 seconds or 20 seconds on a move just thinking, OK, which piece needs to be improved? Let's move that piece.
Yeah.
It's far worse being low on the clock when it's wild.
Definitely, definitely. I think the position is still very calm, actually. You know, both sides have their trumps, and I really do like Nepomniachtchi's position, just because I think he's equalised. You know, White has some pawn weaknesses, Black has some pawn weaknesses, but it doesn't matter because all you can ask from the opening with the Black pieces is just to equalise, and then you can start playing for more.
Yeah.
If you choose.
Yeah, it's always a moral victory as Black when you've stabilised the position, you've survived the opening, and then you can start to pose questions to your opponent.
Yeah.
Especially at the top level, having the white pieces, it used to be regarded just 20 years ago as a huge advantage. But nowadays, thanks to computers, thanks to kind of resources being out there online, it's easier to handle the Black pieces. But always, goal one is to stabilise and equalise.
So I noticed one thing. I'm going to test my chess skills here now. So Magnus's queen, the white queen.
Yes.
To me, it seems like it's tied up to protect two pawns.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
And that must be a weakness.
Yeah. White's queen is not ideally placed. And also, I'm trying to count how many times she's moved. She's moved once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. This is the 5th time she... it's taken her 5 times a lady, exactly. So the white queen has actually moved 5 times out of the first 21 moves. And she's ended up on a square where, as Kaya says, she's passive. She's tied down defending pawns.
And this is probably just to kind of justify Magnus's last move, because he pushed one of his pawns forward, and I think that's just to displace the Black knight. Because if you were to do some simple maths, you know, Kaya just hit the nail on the head there. You know, the queen is worth 9 points, and knight is worth 3 points. So, you know, you'd much rather have the queen active on the board doing other things rather than guarding 2 of her pawns. And, yeah, the knight now has to move. And the game can kind of continue. But I would like to give a big shout out to female nurse, actually, because she is watching the show from the air, Kaya, and now David. She is watching from Qatar, well, from her plane, which is Qatar Airways, and just like to say thank you for watching and have a safe flight, and I hope you reach your destination safely.
Wow, finally, Wi-Fi on planes are good enough.
Yeah.
Oh. That's the best way to spend a long-haul flight.
Yeah, definitely.
With these 4 superstars in the semi-finals.
Well, hi to the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she's heading up to space on a spaceship, but she's undercover, maybe. Just in space.
Just in space. Oh, it's pretty cool that you have super Wi-Fi that you can actually just watch these kind of like shows. I can tell you, when I first moved house, I had satellite internet, and I watched a show, and that was it. I killed the usage. And my husband said to me, "How come we used up all this?" And I was like, "I might have watched some chess shows."
Yeah. So meanwhile, a few developments. Black's knight was under attack. And there was a bit of a trick earlier. If Black had played bishop takes bishop first, then White would have ignored the bishop and captured the Black knight. That's why the Black knight had to step back. And then we did see a bishop trade. And the main difference I see in this position is the queens. Kaya called it with White's queen being passive. Now Black's queen is much more active than its counterpart. Black's queen may be eyeing up some threats, potentially on that king side. Black's queen also eyeing up a pawn along the same line, along the same rank. And yeah, if Black can activate the knight, then actually I'm starting to prefer Nepomniachtchi's position. Both sides have open lines, though, for their rooks. It might come down to a battle of which open line is the most useful. Black's rooks, I love them in the centre of the board, but they are kind of hitting thin air at the moment. There's no real way to enter the white position. All the entry squares are covered. Yeah, I think it's just about activating that Black knight. Magnus will try and stop that if he can.
And they're just looking on the screen. We have a tweet from CJ Demoy, former English Chess Federation president, who said he's both met myself and David, and we're even Stevens on being cool.
Equally cool or equally uncool. Hey, CJ.
You spun that one around. I was feeling quite happy there, David.
We're English. We have to be pessimistic. OK, so Magnus, he does offer a trade of rooks along one of the open lines. It makes sense. That was the only rook, the only piece that was doing nothing, the piece that Magnus has just moved. But it does signal that he is going to be happier with the trades. He is kind of more eager to simplify. So it shows, Magnus Carlsen, he wasn't fully comfortable with his position. And now the Black Knight does enter the fray. It does enter the action. There is a pawn under attack as well. Black eyeing up the same pawn with his queen and his knight. So how will Magnus defend against that one? It's not completely easy. I would prefer to be Black here for sure.
I think the activity on the bar today is definitely the most active we've seen so far in this tournament. It's just teasing us. It's going from one side to the other with every single move.
A little shimmy. Yeah. I mean, I think it's ultimately quite a level position, and I don't think we need to pay too much attention to the bar, and instead we should just focus on the pieces, like, you know, who is utilizing them in the best way. And I'm really liking what Nepomniachtchi is doing. You know, he's with his knight and his queen, they're attacking a weak pawn, and we do like eating or attacking those isolated pawns, those pawns that are not supported by other pawns. And I'm just really liking the coordination. And there's no concrete way for Magnus to kind of punish the knight, because the knight is a kind of, like, in Russian speak, they use this kind of term, have you heard it? Tactical weakness.
I haven't heard that one.
There's like one attack, one piece attacks, where you have it, it's one, let me explain it properly. So one piece attacks and one enemy piece defends. You have a tactical weakness, because all you have to then do is just to remove the defender, and then the piece will be loose. So I've heard them many times. This is tactical weakness. This is structural. I can't do a Russian accent. Can you, David?
You sounded just like Nepomniachtchi there. If we bring up the board, we can see that Magnus Carlsen, he is trying to make use of all these tactical weaknesses, as Jovanka mentions. Just before Magnus chose to play this queen move, I thought he was in a bit of trouble. Black's knight attacking this pawn, also Black's queen attacking the same pawn. So not only is White's pawn under threat, but also White's king, if you notice, the 3 pawns are in front of it, keep it protected, but potentially do trap the White king. There might be some checkmates later on in the game. So I thought, OK, it's going to be hard to defend this pawn and keep the back rank, White's first rank, protected. Magnus says, OK, I'm going to counterattack. I'm going to bring my queen forward. And now the tactical weaknesses that Jovanka was mentioning are, firstly, that the queen is tied down defending this knight, and suddenly now this knight is tied down defending its rook. And Magnus, with his last move, is trying to eye up this rook. So he's just trying to destabilize Black's pieces. And it could be like dominoes here, or a pack of cards just falling. Imagine if the queen gets kicked away, suddenly the knight will get kicked away, and then this rook might drop at the end. So Magnus, he's got all of that in mind. For me here, I think it's just time to move this rook for Nepomniachtchi. Yeah. I'm not sure where. I would be tempted to just defend the knight, or if I'm feeling super ambitious, to drop into the white position. But either way, Nepomniachtchi, he has to make sure that he starts overprotecting his pieces, because right now Magnus might have some threats.
Right now, he does have a concrete threat, doesn't he? He can just simply take the knight.
Yeah, if Black gets careless and just moves a pawn, then White will play rook takes knight. And if queen takes rook, suddenly his rook drops off because the defender has been removed. And note that queen check, it looks deadly, it looks like checkmate, but White will drop back because the queen does another useful job. It does also protect this square, protects the rook. Nepomniachtchi has to deal with this threat right now. Rook takes knight. The best way is to move this rook. Can't move the queen, can't move the knight, they're tied down. But the question Nepomniachtchi is trying to figure out is, where do you move it to? Where do you... what's the best square for that black rook?
Yeah, see, this is typical Magnus type of chess, because, you know, you think the position is relatively level, there's no danger whatsoever, and then he makes a move like this. And first of all, there's an immediate threat. And the second kind of threat is that maybe that queen can come in and start annoying Black on the left side of the board. You know, if she starts exploring uncharted territories, then, you know, she could be a real nuisance. And Nepomniachtchi, the threat might not be so dangerous, but it's something to worry about and something to think about. And, OK, so he's reacted, actually, by moving his rook 2 squares. So I was actually expecting the rook to go all the way down, drop down to what we call the 7th heaven. But instead, he's kind of taken a lot more of a solid approach. And there you can see the queen has made its dash for basically aggression, and she's threatening to take the pawn, and that white pawn on the left side is 3 squares away from queening. So the situation immediately becomes critical. Yeah,
if we bring up the analysis board, we can see Magnus Carlsen's last move, very logical, entering Black's camp and eyeing up this undefended pawn. And as Jovanka mentions, if this pawn disappears, then suddenly White's pawn is only 3 steps away from getting to the end of the board. Therefore, I think it's time for Nepomniachtchi to take a time out, just move this pawn. And the reason, actually, I think he moved his rook up to this square is not only to overprotect the black knight, but also, for example, if White's queen continues to attack this pawn, is now suddenly the black rook defends. It opens up the defense of this pawn. So currently, it's a bit shaky, but Black, if he can keep this pawn alive, should be fine. There should be nothing to worry about. I think this is the key move right now for Nepomniachtchi to push his pawn forward. But OK, instead, he goes active. He tries to activate his knight. A surprising one. What's his idea here, Jovanka? If queen takes pawn, does he want to get creative? Does he want to sacrifice his knight, maybe? I mean, he has to justify losing this pawn. Maybe he wants to play...
My idea is perhaps to... does it work? I need to do some calculation. Can I come in with the knight and put my knight on a ridiculous square, just giving it up? Yeah, there's potentially that one, and this was the one I had in mind.
Wow.
OK, I just...
Jovanka, that's sneaky.
I just want to do some quick calculation before I suggest moves like this, because I just need to check that all the checks and captures. But is it working?
Fortunately, I think after rook takes, I think your idea was to play queen takes.
That's right, yeah.
But the problem is after knight takes queen, check. It's almost checkmate. The king almost trapped. But at the end, backward knight move. You can block. So Nepomniachtchi, maybe thinking about this type of idea, I actually think if queen takes pawn, his idea is even more direct. Just knight takes, sacrificing the knight, and he has the idea of check. no matter where the king goes. If it goes this way, the king goes this way, there will be a check. If it drops back, double attack. Nepomniachtchi, he didn't play a timid move like my suggestion. He goes on the attack with his knight right now.
Wow, well, we like that.
Yep.
We certainly do like that. OK, so Magnus now under pressure because knight takes pawn. That is a very dangerous threat. And it's all to do with the white rook that is somewhat, it looks well placed, but at the minute, in that particular sequence, it was a tactical weakness.
Yep, it was a tactical weakness. And I know the one thing I've learned from Jovanka is that every move has consequences. So white's queen going across and taking that pawn, yes, it wins an important pawn, but it would completely disconnect the white queen with the rest of her army. White's queen currently protecting the white rook, currently keeping everything kind of working in harmony together. But as soon as the queen disappears, as soon as it drifts off to space somewhere, the rest of white's position just crumbles. So Magnus now down to, just over 3 minutes. He has to avoid all these traps.
I was going to suggest this, you talked about consequences, and I was like, yeah, OK, well, there's a consequence of black coming on with a knight. Now white can, try to challenge the black rook. And here you go. Magnus, in fact, played it. So the threat now still remains. Now knight takes pawn isn't possible.
Yeah, so now if black's knight moves, then white will simply play rook takes rook. And that would backfire on black for sure. So, again, I'm back to my timid suggestion, just being super scared, just moving my pawn on that left corner of the board to keep it protected. You can't afford to lose that pawn unless you have a concrete idea in mind. And there we go. Nepomniachtchi does save his pawn. Very calm play. It's still, again, as we see by the bar, just shifting right, shifting left. It is roughly in the balance, but both sides, they're trying to set traps for each other.
Is it now time for white to take that luxury move and just perhaps push a pawn in front of the king? Only one pawn that I'm thinking about, the furthest pawn on the right. Just move it one square and then just give the king some air, and then you don't have to worry about something that we call the back rank mate, where the king is checkmated for, we don't have to worry about it at all.
Yeah. So one of the most logical moves here would be to push this pawn forward to ensure that later on, if there are any checks across that back rank, that the king can step to the side. And, OK, I'm surprised Magnus didn't go for this. Instead, he goes for a check and drops his queen back. Look at this. That is a pin. Suddenly, black's king is on a weak diagonal and the knight cannot move. Maybe it's just time to block this diagonal, protect the knight as well. I think Nepomniachtchi has to play this move, pushing the pawn forward. Otherwise Magnus Carlsen's threat, he has threats, but otherwise his idea of making this pin, at least, is going to be very annoying for black.
OK, can you just simply also sidestep the pin? Could you just go, right, fine, we'll agree a draw. We'll actually not necessarily offer a draw, but we'll see whether Magnus is happy with the draw. So just retreat with the king.
Yeah, so if black wants, he could maybe dance around with his king and see at least Magnus Carlsen's intentions.
Yeah.
But I would be surprised if Nepomniachtchi goes for that one. It's not in his style, usually. Maybe playing the world champion, you do try and repeat moves. You do try and
But the Russian schoolbook, handbook, says repeat the position twice.
He didn't do it, Jovanka.
OK.
Nepomniachtchi is not the typical Russian player. He's far more aggressive, and he always has been. OK, he pushes his pawn forward, protecting the knight, and Magnus says, OK, now that the queen finally protects this knight, it is possible to kick back the black queen. And this black queen is going to have to give way. She's going to have to retreat.
Yeah, you see, one of the reasons I was slightly hesitant about pushing that pawn forward, even though it was the first move that I just jumped out at me, was the fact that this whole kind of concept of consequences, now the knight can't really move because the black rook is on prise. But OK.
So, for example, now this knight, it still cannot move due to a pin.
Exactly. I mean, that could be an extra weakness that perhaps Magnus can start to think about and try to take advantage. For instance, come up with a queen now.
Yeah, at the same time, OK, black's rook will sidestep. At the same time, you have anchored this knight, so at least now your rook is freer to jump around.
Yeah.
OK, now it's tied down to the pawn, but later on it can start activating itself, trying to attack white's queen. Still chances for both sides. Both sides still trying to create some action. I think both sides, despite the fact it's completely level, they do harbour ambitions, secret ambitions for the win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a position where I think all three results are possible. I can see Magnus just counter-attacking and being very successful because of eventual weaknesses such as the weak pawn that is on the left side of the board and perhaps maybe even the weak king that's been kind of weakened by that pawn move. I can also see that Nepomniachtchi also has a lot of activity. Like you said, he's got a fantastic knight. You don't get better than that knight, do you?
Yep.
And that's been anchored, so kind of like structure versus activity. It's the eternal question on chess, isn't it?
Yes, that is the
Which one do you
question.
prefer? Do you prefer having good structure and being defensive and maybe winning on the counter-attack?
I'm always looking long-term. I wish I could live in the moment, be spontaneous and kind of play for that activity, play for those threats and adapt accordingly. But no, I always look long-term. And I use my tactics to try and just kind of pick these small, weak advantages and hope that they add up to something a bit bigger later on. How about yourself, Jovanka? Are you more dynamic or more...
You know, my dream is to be more dynamic, but I'm a little bit of a long-term person myself.
You need to be energetic, right?
I envy those romantic players who just like sacrifice their pawns, like Dubov doesn't care. Exactly, and Nepomniachtchi to some extent really doesn't care, and it's just about harmonizing the pieces. And I think it's an important element to the game. And you can see Nepomniachtchi is like, you attack my queen, I don't care. I'm going to attack yours.
Wow, I didn't even see that move was possible. Jan Nepomniachtchi really pulling all of his tricks there. A really creative idea. If we bring up the board, we can see Black's queen was attacked on the last turn. I thought that queen simply had to retreat, but Nepomniachtchi says, no, I'm going to counterattack, and he ignores that. He attacks the white queen instead. So, OK, Magnus Carlsen decides not to go for a queen trade. He moves this queen across. Suddenly, Black's queen lacks some squares. There's only one safe square right now for that Black queen. That's to move here. But if he's feeling ambitious, OK, I was going to say he could continue the counterattack against White's queen, but instead he does finally sidestep with his queen. Still in the balance, but a nice little idea there from Nepomniachtchi. Counterattacking is often the best way of defending. And, OK, Magnus Carlsen just improves his king slightly, protects the white knight, just in case. That's a useful type of move. Vladimir Kramnik said it himself. If you push a pawn up, when your king is castled, if you push your pawn up one square, you always want to push your king forward as well to occupy the square behind it. So, yeah, Magnus making all of the useful moves here. Clock situation still isn't too healthy for him, though, with only 2 minutes 47.
Yeah, he hasn't had time to eat a lot during this game. It was a few bites in the start there, and then that noodle box has been...
yes. But he's keeping us entertained and hungry, I have to say. We're very envious of his noodles over here. They look very tasty, but OK.
Look at the drama in the other game. We see it on the bottom of the screen. Maybe Wesley So is winning the first game against Anish Giri.
Yeah, it does look like Wesley So in that game has an extra pawn and he has the attack. So it's looking good for Wesley. Yeah, I mean, these two semi-finals, no matter what happens today, tomorrow is going to be so exciting. I mean, even if Giri loses this game, he's got 3 more games today to fight back. He's got 4 more games tomorrow. OK, Nepomniachtchi retreats the Black Queen. I think we saw it on his face there. He didn't look too happy with that move, but he couldn't find anything better. And Nepomniachtchi, he's quite a practical player. He's always got one eye on the clock. He likes to maintain his rhythm. As Jovanka mentions, one of his nicknames is the Speed Demon. So even though that was not the type of move he wanted to play, retreating the queen, he'd rather play a good enough move, a decent move, quickly, rather than spend 2-3 minutes finding a move that's roughly the same, of roughly the same value. So, yeah, Black's piece is now all protected. Everything in the Black camp is protected, and that's what I love to do personally when I'm low on time. Usually the tactics work in your favour, or they at least won't work against you.
Yeah, and I have a question for you here. So my instinct here, if I were playing with the white pieces, would be, in light of the fact that my pawn on the left side is really advanced and controls some critical squares, I would be tempted to swap off rooks. And especially knowing that my opponent is... Oh, I like it.
I think you took the words out of Magnus Carlsen's mouth there.
Exactly. No, I mean, I was just thinking about, especially just in light of that far advanced pawn on the left side of the board that is 3 squares away from queening. And I just want to use that pawn to kind of generate some pressure. I don't think there's anything concrete yet, but there's pressure, psychological pressure, and just kind of take the advantage into my side.
Yeah, you could definitely imagine a scenario if the rooks do disappear where white could use this far advanced pawn. That's actually the only real imbalance in the position. You could use this pawn to kind of anchor your queen. And suddenly, if a queen trade happens, white is running forward and white should be winning this game. So just having that long-term idea of putting the queen on this square, eyeing up this pawn, threatening the queen trade, it might be what Magnus Carlsen has in mind. So, very logical reasoning there. And that's why Magnus played his rook across.
And also, one thing that I do notice as well is that the rook, the white rook that is, has also a square to anchor itself to, which if black were to capture that pawn, well, suddenly it was a passed pawn that Nepomniachtchi has to deal with. So those are the kind of things that are going through my mind, and certainly going through Nepomniachtchi's mind, and that's, I think, why he offered the exchange. Well, he just exchanged rooks, and now he's offering the exchange of queens to take or not to take, David. That is the question.
To be or not to be. This time I would not capture those queens for Magnus if I wanted to win. I would keep those queens on the board. I think if the queens disappear, then most likely both knights, they'll head towards that left side of the board. They'll cancel each other out. They'll both be able to feast on all of those pawns. The whole left side of the board would disappear and it would be a draw.
Totally. It would be, I take that one, you take that one, da, 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 da. And then before you know it, you just have to agree a draw.
Exactly. So, OK, this will be a big indicator of Magnus Carlsen's intentions for this game, this next move. If he takes the queens, it means he's happy with the draw, no chance of winning. But
he doesn't.
He doesn't. He's still going for it. Magnus Carlsen, I mean, that's brave with only 1.5 minutes on the clock, facing, I mean, a huge time disadvantage. Just because he's played that move, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be able to get an advantage anytime soon, Magnus Carlsen. But to keep the tension when you're down on time, that is courageous. I mean, that's what marks him out as a real champion. Most players, I mean, even if you were facing someone of similar level, you'd be very aware of the clock situation. You want to play safety first, but Magnus doesn't care about that. I like the attitude behind that last move, at least.
And the sun shining in his face. He must be feeling happy.
Yeah, he must be feeling happy.
Do you take that as a sign? The sun shining down, giving him a golden aura. The birds.
It's almost a halo on his head right now. OK, he does shift his queen across Jan Nepomniachtchi. Very solid move, just keeping an eye on one of white's pawns. Not really threatening anything, but just maintaining the status quo.
Yeah, but also having an eye on that pawn that is standing along the diagonal. So I can just see a situation where he's like, OK, I'm going to attack the pawn, and then I'm going to retreat the knight, or maybe even come forward with the knight at the right time and do a double attack on that pawn.
Yep. I think Nepomniachtchi has that white pawn in mind with his last move. But Magnus, OK, he re-centralises the queen. Will we see Nepomniachtchi step back with the black knight to attack white's pawn? Will we see him kind of repeat that offer of queen trades? Again, we'll see Nepomniachtchi's intentions with this move. Is he going to try and force the draw? Is he going to try and insist on that queen trade?
Yeah.
Or is he just going to sit still? I mean, there's still no weaknesses, well, immediate weaknesses in the black position.
But white's pawn does have an annoying purpose, and that is it can always anchor the queen onto the square. And so, I don't think this is an idea to use now, but it's certainly an idea to have in mind, say, when you've relocated your knight to a perfect position. But the queen can move 2 squares forward and start challenging the black queen. And certainly something to think about. It's, like I said, when it comes to endgames, you always have to be thinking about the long term. And Nepomniachtchi is challenging Magnus's queen. He's like, nope, don't want it. Would you like to trade of queens again?
Let's get rid of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Pieces. OK, Magnus continues to avoid the queen trade.
Nepomniachtchi seems surprised by that.
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi really frowning, actually, a moment ago. I'm not surprised by it. It just shows Magnus he does not want the draw yet. despite the fact he's under 1 minute on the clock. He's just trying to maintain the tension and hoping. I think in a situation where both players are under 1 minute, Magnus is by far the stronger player. I've seen him play online plenty of times in bullet chess, where both sides only have 1 minute for the whole game, and Magnus is the dominant force in the world there.
David, we have to go back to the board because, you know, Magnus is making his move. He has moved his knight to the side of the board, but it has a purpose. It's attacking the black pawn, and the knight could possibly be undermined, which means that its defense will be removed. And if the knight just casually steps back, well, suddenly this allows the white queen to come into the middle, and she's going to wreak havoc. So this is not necessarily a pawn move that Nepomniachtchi wants to make, because it just weakens his king that bit more.
Yeah, Black's king now is weak across that 7th rank. At the moment, Black's queen defends that 7th rank, the same line as the king. And the white queen can't quite get there yet. But you could definitely imagine a scenario later on where suddenly Black's knight will disappear, suddenly Black's queen gets distracted, and then White's queen will start getting at the black king. So, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he created that one-move threat, but with a long-term idea behind it. He obliged Nepomniachtchi to step forward with a pawn, and now Magnus, notice this, shifting his queen across 1 square. That's actually a pawn sacrifice, but Black's queen should not get greedy and capture that white pawn now at the edge of the board, because then White's queen will drop up and start attacking the black king.
He's not doing that. Instead, he's also being a bit of a nuisance, because now Nepomniachtchi has stepped his queen 1 square, which looks totally harmless, except is on the same diagonal as the white king. And Magnus has retreated his knight. OK, but is there any concrete moves now for Black? For instance, pinning.
Yep.
Pinning and winning, we like that.
Pinning and winning, in this case, I think it would be pinning and drawing. So in the current position, maybe if we can bring the board up and keep an eye on the players, Black can try and take advantage of this diagonal. The queen and the king, well, the black queen looking at the white king simply, you can step your knight back. He doesn't do this, but he could step the knight back, and next move he could trade everything off, and this would probably just be a draw. Instead, Nepomniachtchi doesn't go for that. So maybe he's playing for the win now. He brings his king across, and Magnus Carlsen, that is playing with fire. He's just opened up this diagonal against his king. Does Black have a good discover check? Is there anywhere good for the knight to move? Anywhere decisive for the knight to move to attack this white king? For example, if you move away, this is check. But the problem is, I think there's just no good squares for the black knight. Magnus, 30 seconds on the clock, playing, I mean, that is risky, risky stuff. Look at those 2 knights now, both perfectly centralised. But whose king is weaker? I'm not so sure.
We do see Wesley's always the winner of the first game in the semi-final with him and Anish Giri. But what will happen in this one? What do you think now, David? Will we have a winner?
I mean, the position's still balanced, but both sides have shown that they're going for it. Both sides turning down the opportunity to head towards a draw. Magnus Carlsen now giving check to the black king. Again, very risky. That white king is still on the same diagonal as the black queen.
It's totally risky. I mean, also the black king is now in the middle of the board. It's probably going to step even closer to the action. Oh, it's just really difficult ending. I mean, I can just see a situation where, I mean, anything is possible. I can basically see a situation where Magnus is just going to win. I can also see a kind of scenario where Magnus does nothing, you know, and the time starts ticking down, and suddenly the black queen, the black king, and the knight are suddenly a horrible, effective army. And Magnus manoeuvring his knight, and finally we get to see the check.
Yeah, so White's king was under check there. I mean, all 3 results still possible.
Yeah.
Especially a few moments ago, I would have said it's actually easy to blunder for both sides, just because it was so weird, and both knights were so strangely placed. But, OK. Nepomniachtchi are now trying to consolidate his forces, just trying to coordinate everything. Magnus going for that the knight trade.
Yeah.
Will Black take that? Will he just sidestep with the black queen, pin that knight?
Yes. No, I mean, the action is just gripping me. I mean, there's not that many pieces on the board, but it's absolutely scintillating because I can't call it. And it's a lot of fun in the studio, David, at the minute. And certainly fun and action that we would like everyone at home to be part of. And you can do that by joining in the conversation using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we especially love it. We really do really adore it when you send us your pictures. Absolutely. And use the hashtag #ChessChamps and we'll feature them on the show.
Yeah, so Nepomniachtchi now, I mean, look at that. The clocks have finally balanced out. He was ahead on time for the whole game, but he's been under pressure, and that is telling on the clock. Nepomniachtchi, I don't like that last move. Black's queen stepping across, that's the right idea. Pinning the white knight. The white knight cannot move because the white queen will be under attack, but that queen, the black queen, doesn't protect any pawns. I would have kept it protecting all of my pawns if possible. And, OK, Magnus just waits. He just pushes a pawn forward.
Yeah, but that pawn perhaps has an idea of moving one square forward and just wrecking the structure on the right side.
Yeah, when in doubt, the top grandmasters, they always play this pawn push. Harry the H-pawn, we call it. That pawn is the best battering ram in an endgame. OK, Nepomniachtchi, wow, he is not sitting still. He is not resting on his laurels. He is offering a pawn trade, but that move, it looks like it opens up the black king more than it gets at the white king.
Yeah, but every pawn move that he makes, you know, it could be one step closer to the draw, but it also could be one step closer to creating those infernal pawn weaknesses.
And 15 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen.
OK, and we do know that when the clock reaches less than 10 seconds, basically that is when the players begin to panic. You need ice water in your veins to survive that kind of thing. And look at Magnus. Yeah. Calmly moving his queen to overprotect the knight. But that's one kind of thing that I've learned from you, David, is like overprotect absolutely everything.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he is a Viking. He's got ice in his veins for sure, and the time situation won't bother him. Nepomniachtchi, though, is taking huge liberties. White's queen now giving check to the black king.
Yeah.
That black king is not looking too safe. White's knight can even check that black king right now, protected by the queen. Yeah. Magnus says, no, I'm just going to shuffle. That's such a nice move. Shuffle the king across, stop black's queen from invading into the white half of the board. A really classy, calm move there by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that's like the secret to Grandmaster chess, I think, is just to overprotect absolutely everything. Anything that your opponent wants to do, you go, no, we're not going to go for that. You know, Nepomniachtchi wanted to get active with the queen. Nope, not going to happen. And you leave the choices on the board because there's still a lot of captures, a lot of checks in the air. And
look at this, Ivanka. We do see the computer evaluations just below the players right now. There are only 2 moves to avoid giving White a huge advantage. And Nepomniachtchi, he does find one of the best moves. But suddenly White's pawn, after that knight trade, White's pawn is only 3 squares away from promoting. White finally, for the first time in the game, has a passed pawn.
Yes.
And in queen endgames, that could be decisive. Queens are great at supporting passed pawns, marching them up the board, assisting them. And Magnus Carlsen now offering that trade of queens. We mentioned this square earlier. Is anchored. Will the queen trade help Magnus Carlsen win this game? It does look quite likely now.
Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi, he's down to 16 seconds. And he's up against it. White's passed pawn just looks too strong right now.
Yes. And just note that he used his queen to cover potential checks. So now the pressure is all on Nepomniachtchi. Can Magnus just simply capture the white pawn? Or is White's king in danger of something that we call a perpetual?
Yeah. OK, first he trades a pawn on that right side of the board. Nepomniachtchi surprised by that one. But OK, he's down to... OK, he went down to 10 seconds, recapturing. Magnus could now get greedy and take a pawn. I think that might be OK, but the only problem with queen endgames is you have to watch out for your opponent's checks. If black's queen gets active and if white's king cannot escape from those checks, the game will be a draw. So will we see perpetual check, or can Magnus's king run away to safety? I think it can run away to safety. I don't see any way for that black queen to continue the checks.
Yep.
White's queen is pretty well centralised, and usually centralised queens are great at blocking checks, stopping the opponent's ideas.
Well, he has to find a path. I mean, is because ideally you want to kind of go to the side of the black. Oh well, he's now been given the path. Okay, so now maybe the king can come forward and try to tuck itself. There you go.
I think that was a mistake from Nepomniachtchi. Look at White's king finally going active. It's going to zigzag its way into the black position. White's king is actually going to hide in front of its own pawn. And in queen endgames, it's not about the number of pawns, it's about how advanced your pawns are.
Yes.
And Magnus, he has the most advanced pawns in the position, so he should win this game now.
Yeah.
Magnus winning another pawn now. Black's king is offside. You don't want kings in the corner in these types of positions. They won't help the pawns pushing forward. Magnus, just start running with your pawn, I think. But OK, first he centralises the white queen. Yeah,
and again, it doesn't matter because one of the pawns is going to promote, and chances are it's going to be the central one that he's going to start advancing. And OK, Nepomniachtchi is desperately trying to check. I mean,
yeah. Diagonal checks are always the most annoying ones in queen endgames. Nepomniachtchi, he's going to pick off white's corner pawn now. Magnus, he's just banking everything on that central pawn. So although there's still some chances for black because of all the checks and queen endgames being so notoriously tricky, Magnus, I think, should win this one if he's accurate.
Wow.
Nepomniachtchi, he's pausing now because he has to calculate, can he go for a queen trade and initiate a pawn race? I don't think he can go for it right now. So Nepomniachtchi just looking for ways to check.
Clocks are ticking. The bar is going crazy in this game. And right now it's saying that Magnus Carlsen could be heading for a win in the first game in the semi-final.
Yeah, and actually sometimes we talk about not trusting the computer evaluation, not trusting them because it might be a long-term position. They don't take into account the psychological factors. But in queen endgames, because it's so simplified and it's all about being accurate, here we can trust the computer's objective evaluation. So I think with best play, Magnus should be winning. Then again, remember, they are humans, so it's not going to be easy.
And they have a little time on the clock. OK, it's ticking for Magnus.
Yeah, it is ticking for Magnus. Nepomniachtchi, he did trade those queens. We're going to see another queen endgame, although those queens are left the board, but they will be replaced by another set. Here we see a pawn race. White's pawn pushing up, black's pawn pushing down the board, and both sides are going to make new queens.
Yeah.
Magnus doing his best to try and stop that, but look at this. It gets to the end, and white captures that pawn. He's going to give check. If white can trade the queens off now, then he has one remaining pawn to make a new queen. This one, it should be winning for Magnus Carlsen. But maybe he can't force the queens off the board.
He can't quite force the queens off the board because Nepomniachtchi has some very careful squares to move to. But OK, there is one kind of... Let's have a look. Can he really start to inch forward? Because he would really love to give a check that would swap off the queens. If that happens, it's going to be game over.
And is he aiming basically to get that second pawn all the way over?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's either going to promote, second queen. Yeah, he's either going to promote and get a second queen, or the ideal scenario, which is like the no-brainer, is if you manage to swap off queens. If you can't do that, then, OK, you're going to have to work super hard. OK, so...
Look at this, Magnus offering the queen trade. And also, next move, once black's queen moves out of the way, white's king will step forward and give check to the black king using that white queen. Magnus, he's actually an expert at these queen endgames. I've seen him defend the most horrible queen endgames, pretty much this scenario, but you imagine colours reversed. Magnus Carlsen, he's a genius at defending those positions. And normally, if you know how to defend them, you also know the best attacking ideas. And... yeah, he's going to torture Nepomniachtchi for at least another 20, 30 moves.
This is what maybe Nepomniachtchi has struggled a little bit with, what he has been known to not be the best at.
Yes.
So he's feeling very, very insecure right here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on his camera, right? He was shaking his head. I mean, there's still some drawing chances. It's not game over yet, but he was shaking his head. He knows how difficult this is going to be. Maybe... with best play, a computer might say, OK, it's a draw. But in human terms, you have to always put your king on the right square. You have to put your queen on the right square. And the probability of doing that when you have 1 minute left on the clock, it's almost impossible for black. So I think just in practical terms, this one should be winning for Magnus.
They have been able to build up a little bit of time, played a few very, very quick moves here, but we can definitely see it on Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's feeling under the pressure here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And one great thing for Magnus is that his king is opposite Nepomniachtchi's king, which is actually one of the best actually squares for it, because it just means that if black tries to check and does an incorrect check, then it's very likely that white can block off that check with his own queen and force the trade of queens, and that is the golden ticket to winning the game.
Yeah, whenever I've studied queen endgames in books, for example, they always talk about counter checks. So white's goal is to meet a black check with a counter check. You block with your own queen and you force that trade. The one good thing for Nepomniachtchi is in all the books they recommend having when you're on the defensive side, having your own king in the corner or near the corner, because there are occasionally stale matrix. So right now black is in check. He should drop his king down towards the bottom of the board. He should not have gone up because you're further away from the corner. So black's king should remain in that corner of the board.
And look at the Airthings device. It's super hot where Magnus is sitting 26 degrees. We can see the sun shining in his face.
Yes.
Maybe his heart is beating fast as well.
Yeah, and the humidity, though, is a little bit on the low side. It needs to be higher.
Yeah, and, OK, Magnus making some checks. A bit mysterious there. I'm not entirely sure why Magnus is giving those checks, because black's king, it's badly... I mean, it's not going to run away from the corner. It's not going to...
Just to gain time, though, because often in the heat of the moment, especially when you had seconds left on your clock, it's always a good idea just to kind of build up some time. And you have taught us this. You wait, and then your opponent goes wrong, and then you strike.
Yeah, so the reason Magnus gave those checks, I think Jovanka's called it, is he just wanted to build up a few seconds on the clock. He was down to almost 10 seconds left. He built up almost up to 1 minute just with that series of checks. And there is one rule we should mention in the endgame. If you make 50 moves without having pushed a pawn or without there being a capture, the game is declared a draw. So Magnus, he pushed his pawn a few moves ago. Let me do a quick count, but he moved his pawn a few moves ago. He has to move that pawn again within 50 moves. So there is a bit of pressure. You can't just check forever and gain 10 minutes on the clock using that time. So Magnus, he has to find a way to make progress. The way to win this one, I think, will be eventually to bring the white king. So first you want to protect the white pawn with your queen, then you want to bring your white king up to support that pawn and use your queen to block the checks, but it's not so easy to achieve this
20 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen.
Time goes by, doesn't it? And he's doing David's plan. He is advancing his king. The king is getting ready to support the pawn. I've had that. You should actually put your king on the opposite side of the board. But I think it's very, very tricky, actually, to do that.
Tricky. I think when you don't have a rook's pawn, when you have a pawn further into the board, then it's more effective. When you have a rook's pawn, it's very hard. OK, black's queen giving check right now. Magnus, he has to choose the right square. If he goes to the wrong square, he could end up losing his pawn because it's not protected right now. You can't allow black's queen to create a double attack, attacking the white king and attacking the pawn. I don't like that last move by Magnus Carlsen. It feels like it's the wrong square. OK, he's trying to create some checkmating ideas. Magnus Carlsen now threatening checkmate in one move by bringing his queen across the whole way. Black's king would be trapped. So there's not enough time for black to go and grab white's pawn. But OK, he tries. That is check. Nepomniachtchi actually gave check with the queen. OK, another check. Magnus, where is he going to put his king? Yeah, I think maybe just a bad practical decision to not defend his pawn earlier. He's narrowed the margins. Now it's very difficult to escape the checks for white. OK, he steps back. He's insisting on your idea, Jovanka, of trying to checkmate that black king. OK, Nepomniachtchi, he still has to deal with the threats against black's king. He has to check on the right squares as well.
Yeah, it's not that easy to do, especially with just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. It's ticking down. So it's a crafty kind of position. And now, well, Nepomniachtchi checks. And now, OK, what are you going to do? Block?
OK, Magnus doesn't block. He drops his king back and another check. Nepomniachtchi, he's finding all the right moves, all the best defensive moves to make this difficult for Magnus Carlsen. Nepomniachtchi now...
Now he can check, right? He can check again. Exactly, and attack the pawn and the king. And maybe we can do a kind of like some circular motion with the king and the queen. So, yep, there you see the check. And Magnus now has chosen a different tact. He just wants to defend the pawn. OK, now finally, Magnus is going to go with the king. But OK, maybe
it's not so easy. So white's queen currently tied down, protecting its pawn. That means that the white queen will not be able to block checks if the queen is tied down. So black's queen is going to keep doing that yo-yo. It's going to go back and forth, keep checking. How is white going to escape those checks? It feels like Magnus Carlsen earlier, he invited all these checks, but he should have been checking himself. He should have left his queen in the centre of the board as well.
And how many moves left now?
So the last pawn push was on move 73. So we've played 17 moves. Without any pawn pushes, without any captures. That means there's only 33 more moves. If Nepomniachtchi can survive 33 more moves, make 33 checks without allowing white's pawn to push, the game is a draw. So, OK, he continues to give check. Magnus Carlsen, he's running out of leeway here. I mean, he needs to somehow get his king the whole way up the board or find a way to sneakily block all the checks. Otherwise, it's just going to get to move... 73 plus 50, Jovanka? 123, and the game will be a draw.
Yeah. No, don't trust me on my maths, David.
Yeah. Don't trust me either.
Yeah.
I'm very aware that we've got viewers such as CJ we mentioned earlier, who is a great mathematician.
Yeah. And in fact, a great quizzer. He knows everything.
Yeah, famous for being on the show Eggheads in the UK. And OK. White, meanwhile, still dancing around with the king. He's hoping that Nepomniachtchi checks on the wrong square, but it's not looking likely. Nepomniachtchi not just playing the best moves, but also playing very fast, gaining time on the clock. And, OK, White is now threatening a queen exchange, threatening to checkmate the black king, but it's still black to play. And I think there are plenty of checks here which would continue to annoy White and stop White getting the ideal setup. Yeah, Magnus, I think he was playing for tricks rather than maybe finding the right long-term strategy, unfortunately, and just that one error has allowed Nepomniachtchi back in the game. So check. We've seen pretty much this exact position before, actually. And, OK, Nepomniachtchi repeats the position. Magnus tries something else. If he'd brought his queen across one square, that would have been the third time we see the position repeat itself.
OK, but now there's the possibility of capturing the queen. The pawn.
Yeah, I think black could have just captured that pawn last move, but now queen check, and that's the third time we've seen this position, and it's a draw.
It is a draw. Magnus Carlsen, he was fighting so hard to get that win. It was looking good for him at some point. He didn't make it. It is a draw. Sometimes we see him super angry after situations like this when he feels he should have won. He's not looking angry, though.
No, he's not looking angry because he knows Nepomniachtchi defended resolutely and tenaciously. Magnus, he tried everything. He threw everything at Nepomniachtchi, tried to set all these traps, but they didn't quite work out.
So basically,
close, but not close enough.
Basically, a game where they both impressed. Magnus impressive in getting into this situation. Nepomniachtchi showing great endgame defending.
Yeah, I mean, great resourcefulness from Nepomniachtchi because it did look like Magnus was on the verge of taking the point. But OK, all credit to Magnus for actually getting into that situation. Like you said, that took a lot of skill and a lot of genius there. So, I mean, a good game.
So, David, I don't think we can show all those checks and the dance in the end there. But Magnus getting into a very good situation. What happened in the game here?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he found a way to at least create something. It looked so equal for so long. Even the computer was confused about the position. But Magnus, he worked his magic, and we arrived in this position. We saw a pawn trade now, and I think around here was when Magnus let Nepomniachtchi back into the game. He should just try and stop the checks if possible. For example, here, I would have gained a bit more time as Magnus Carlsen. I would have given a check, forced the king away. I would have continued creating these threats, and it's really awkward for black to even find moves. Instead, Magnus Carlsen, he captured a pawn and started. I mean, this is where the check started, simply. We saw a check. White's king walked up the board. I was still pretty confident that Magnus would win around here, and indeed it looks like he is winning, but he should have immediately started trying to push this pawn forward. He should have given check and pushed this pawn, and I think we would have seen a second queen on the board, a win very quickly for Magnus. He got a bit carried away, and the moment that the game disappeared, that the win disappeared, was here. He stepped his queen backwards. He just didn't realise that Nepomniachtchi could actually trade queens. And later on, we saw both pawns rushing down the board. And eventually, with a new set of queens, Nepomniachtchi used every trick in the book to save the game.
It's tied after the first one between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. We're going to follow the second game, Nepomniachtchi, with the white pieces in just 14 minutes. Such a great day of chess today. In this break, we are going to get the story of when Magnus Carlsen became a worldwide superstar, and then we will follow his next game against Nepomniachtchi. We're also going to be joined by Norwegian TV star Ole Rolfsrud, telling us the story of Magnus Carlsen becoming a celebrity in Norway and in the world. But so much fantastic chess still to come. We still have 3 rounds in the first semi-final match to go. And also Ginger GM will be joining us in the last break. And it is Ginger GM who is giving us all these puzzles every day for you at home to solve every day, to work on during the show. And let's take a look at today's puzzle.
Hello to viewers of this Champions Chess Tour, and I'm Grandmaster Simon Williams, bringing you your puzzle of the day. So we're going to have a look at an encounter between 2 French Grandmasters. We have Robert Fontaine with the white pieces and the inflammable MVL, Maxime, who at the moment is on course possibly to be challenging Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship match. Now, MVL is a brilliant calculator, and in this position, you can see he's trapping that white king in a nasty position. And he can now force checkmate through a series of very good moves. Now, can you see this rather long sequence? I'm making it a little bit trickier today. So again, look for moves that are all checks, all moves that create threats, that try to attack that poor little white king trapped over there. And remember, when you have 3 or more pieces attacking your opponent's king, it can often lead to checkmate. So these puzzles are over on Chessable if you want to check them out there. But otherwise, I will bring you a solution later on in the show. Good luck.
Fontaine MVL is the game that Simon has chosen for us today. You'll find this exact puzzle on Champions Chess Tour on Instagram, on Twitter, so you can check it out and work on it for many hours now, because it is a difficult one, David.
It's very difficult, but you can get there with logical thinking and ideally putting it on a board, working things out a bit in advance. Here it is black to play. We're looking from the black side and you just want to checkmate that white king. You have to be quick as well because white does have that queen. So black to play and win, try and look 3-4 moves ahead if you can, but using forcing moves, using checks. That's the best way to get there when your opponent doesn't have many options.
Did you solve this immediately looking at you, Ivanka?
Yeah, well, I was following the road to checks.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So it is more for people on my level. This is very hard, but fun to work on.
Definitely fun to work on. Definitely something that you can put up on the board and just have a go. I mean, that's what we want. We want everyone just to put up the puzzle on a position and then just get working away. Invite your friends. Well, maybe not invite your friends over in person, but, you know, work together. I mean, the best thing to do is actually to work together through these kind of these puzzles with friends, because then you come up with different ideas and then you can kind of discuss it. And when you reach the solution, it is that perfect eureka moment and you realize that chess makes you feel awesome.
Exactly. Well, I bet Magnus Carlsen, I know Magnus Carlsen has solved a lot of these puzzles. Now, when he was able to beat Garry Kasparov, we've heard that story back in, he didn't beat him, it was a draw back in 2004. He basically became a superstar in the chess world. But this prodigy, he was destined for a lot more than that. In 2012, he became the highest rated chess player of all time. And this was the time that also the rest of the world, mass media, fans, sponsors, everyone wanted a piece of Magnus Carlsen. So what does it do to a chess player, an introvert from the small country of Norway, to become a superstar in the world?
Magnus Carlsen, this is his first World Championship match.
Certainly 2013 was a very good year for me. I was in good shape both physically and chess-wise. In terms of interest and so on, everything sort of took off a bit, but I do have the feeling that he got most of the heat there because I was mostly just having fun.
I have worked with him since 2009 and most of the time as his manager. So I've been organizing everything kind of around him to make sure that he can focus and concentrate on playing the best chess he can.
So 2009, Magnus was then 19?
Yeah.
What was he like?
He was a bit different from now, actually. I think he was quite shy. It's difficult to get him to do things that he wasn't kind of used to do, and he wasn't too familiar with kind of all the things happening around being a chess player.
It was really interesting to work with someone who's so different to me, so intelligent.
When he started to get recognized on the streets more often in Oslo, that did not go down very well with him. And you can't do anything without people noticing what you're doing.
I think he had in the London Classic in 2012, he got the highest rating ever for a chess player, beat Kasparov's record, and he was playing super good. He was at his top form almost too good before the candidates, which was in London in 2013. So going into that tournament, it was kind of, he was big favorite, but playing the candidate tournament is such a tough tournament to play, and it's not just about being the best player. You need to have kind of the stamina and the nerves and kind of the personality to be able to win that tournament. And he started very well, but it was kind of the nerves got to him as well. so it was so close with Kramnik in the end there.
I remember going to wanting to watch the tournament, and there were so many people there. I think that's the first time I experienced that. It was almost not possible to even get into the playing venue because there were so many people. The nerves were just like, oh my God.
During the tournament, we got an email from Time magazine that they had picked him for the Time 100 list, the list of the 100 most influential people in the world. That was kind of, wow, very prestigious. And but normally I don't tell about things like that during the tournament. We kind of keep everything, wait until it's finished. But after he lost to Ivanchuk, I talked to his father, and we agreed that okay, let's tell him about this because this might give him a small boost, and we did. And next day he beat Radebo.
I think he was really happy to have done so well, and that normal people who would not usually follow chess being interested in it, but then he didn't like talking to the media, and he was not used to talking to the media as well. So it's not that great to have to perform when you have not played as well as you'd hoped, or you have a bad day, and being a young person, not being used to having to answer questions about like what could you have done better, etc. But luckily, I mean, for the first years there, it went really well for him, so we didn't have to face that many negative questions or coverage.
It's almost like Magnus is looking through the matrix.
What sort of cool things has Magnus been able to do because he is the best chess player in the world?
Now, so many things. A lot of famous people, tech superstars, politicians, others like that, they have been interested in meeting Magnus and to talk to him, because I think being the best chess player in the world is such an intellectual twist. Fortunately, he hasn't been caught up by all this fame thing. For him, the real interest has always been the chess. Even when he is, for instance, at a dinner with a very famous person, the chess thing is in his head at the same time. That has helped him kind of keep him level-headed.
Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated chess player of all time, and also one of the biggest superstars the chess world has ever had. And can you imagine sort of the pressure he must be going through, especially during the matches, David?
Oh, I can't even imagine the pressure he must be going through. I mean, having the whole world watching you, not just from the chess world, I mean, media, having people in your face with cameras, interviews all the time. But he's handled it well. I mean, his shoulders are broader now. He takes it all in his stride, and the chess world would be so different without him. And I mean, he's really brought chess into the 21st century.
Yeah. What has he meant, Jovanka, for the chess world and becoming maybe more mainstream?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly mainstream. I mean, my experience in Norway is that even my hairdressers all follow his progress. Yeah. So, I mean, where do you get that? You know, I mean, it's, you know, if you compare it and contrast with any other chess player in the world, yes, they're super famous in the chess world, not so famous in the mainstream world. But here, Magnus just gets swamped by anyone he goes. But, you know, it just has meant that chess has become more popular. And if my hairdressers and just random bystanders on the street are following Magnus, then it means that they are following the game and they know how to play and they love it.
But his sister said it, though, David, you know, especially when he plays bad and then have to sort of answer to journalists who's wondering, why aren't you at your best? That must be so hard.
Yeah, I mean, when I lose a game, I just want to lock myself in my hotel room and just not see anyone for weeks. And I can't imagine how amplified that is for Magnus, just the attention on his games. But he does love chess. That's the main thing. And he always wants to play another game after that. So no matter how many setbacks he has, he always wants to get back into the action. And that's what sets him apart from everyone else.
Yep. Well, he is a superstar, a celebrity in the world, Magnus Carlsen, and that is the question of today.
Yeah, we are asking everyone, who is the coolest celebrity that you have met or would like to meet? And you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps. We especially adore pictures. But we've had some really good answers. Tarjei J. Svensson, he says that the coolest celebrity he's met is definitely this guy. And
lucky.
The name doesn't roll off. I'm not a football player.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic, that's Swedish superstar football player.
Yes.
I was gutted because this was actually in Qatar and I was playing at this tournament and they were staying in the same hotel as me, the PSG, the Paris Saint-Germain team at the time. And I heard about this. I rushed down and they just left.
Oh, no.
No way. OK, and then we have Christian Baluta. He says he'd love to meet Colombo if he was still alive. He catches killers in a unique way. Not even chess players succeeded to trick him, as seen in the Most Dangerous Match episode. I have to say, I was a big fan of Colombo in my university years. We watched all these old episodes.
I think Peter Falk, the actor, was actually a chess player himself.
Yeah, and finally, isn't this the coolest picture in the world? It's a tweet from CJ Demoy, former English Chess Federation president, and his favourite chess memory was sitting beside Kasparov and Karpov. That is insane.
That is fantastic. Well, these two superstars, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen, game 2 now started, and it is Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces, David.
That's right. So we do see the Spanish opening, an opening that both of these players are extremely familiar with from a young age. And we do see a variation called the open Spanish, where there has been a trade of pawns in the centre at an early stage. Usually in the Spanish opening, it's very blocked, very congested. All the pieces, all the pawns remain on the board. In the open Spanish, however, there tend to be more open lines. So very classical stuff. At the moment, I would ignore the computer bar. The computer will not know as well as these players right now who have rehearsed these types of lines countless times, for sure. This is a very popular position. Many strong grandmasters have experimented with this and, yeah, it's in the balance. Magnus Carlsen, I'm slightly surprised by his opening choice because usually this type of line is regarded as being slightly better for white. It's very forcing as well. Normally play is well analysed up until move 20, even 30. So it's a memory test at this early stage. And normally that's not what Magnus Carlsen is about. It's not normally what he goes for.
Yeah, and this is actually a big favourite of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's, a player that we saw compete in the preliminaries. And, yeah, he's the big champion of this variation. And you're right, no games by Carlsen.
Yeah.
Well, I just have to jump in and say, so very different tempo in the two semi-finals there. So these two players, the first game lasted for an hour. They now just started their second game, but Anish Giri and Wesley So, they're already in game 3. First one ending up with a win for Wesley So. Second one was a draw, and now they're playing their third game. And we do know that Anish Giri needs a win in one of the 2 last games to tie the first match.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Wesley So's approach in that last game. Wesley had white after winning the first game with black, but Wesley, he just went straight for a draw, forced a draw out of the opening. And
frustrating for Anish.
Yeah, frustrating for Anish, but Wesley's banking on the fact he will stay unbeaten in those next 2 games. Usually, I found from my own experience that the chess god, Kaiser, she punishes you if you head for quick draws with white. Every time I make a quick draw with white, I always get punished in the next game with black. So let's see if Wesley So can continue his good form in that next one. Anish Giri trying to fight back.
All right. Well, I guess it is with the white pieces. Jan Nepomniachtchi also is sort of looking to surprise Magnus, although this sort of was a very solid opening that both players will be very known with.
Yeah, the last couple of moves, they're not familiar to me, but maybe they have been seen in the past. We have seen a queen trade. That's the most important thing. And now white had created a huge threat. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see in this position where the queens have disappeared. Black has just brought his knight to the edge of the board with an idea. Black wants to capture this important pawn, this isolated pawn. Therefore, Nepomniachtchi created a threat of his own. He brought his bishop forward. creating a pin here, hitting this black knight, which is actually hard to defend. Black had to play the very awkward move to retreat his bishop, defending this knight, and now there's a bit of choice, but white has to be quick because he's still facing this threat. Knight takes pawn would now actually fork the rook and the bishop. So the first move I was looking at, I'm not sure if it works. The first move I wanted to play was rook takes bishop, eliminating the defender of this knight, forcing the black king out into the open, but maybe there's just no follow-up. You can give a check, for example, the black king steps back, and you can bring your bishop back, creating this idea again, but black will simply step forward, and this would just repeat the position. I'm trying to see a follow-up for white here. It feels as if black's position is so loose, so shaky, with this king out in the open, this knight vulnerable, but maybe there's just no way to take advantage, and that's why Nepomniachtchi's having a think now.
Yeah. And in the meantime, I do have to show you that Magnus has received a challenge on Twitter from John Carlo. It says, a little bit of a different opponent today. Think he can take Magnus? And there he is with his pet rabbit. Isn't that the cutest?
That is very cute.
And Ibrahim Shasad says, even the sun is scared of world champion, ignoring his focused eyes, and is referring back to the first game when the sun just shone and gave him a kind of a superstar appearance.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely look like it, but it's getting late in Oslo where Magnus is sitting.
Yes.
So the sun is going down.
And if you'd like to send us your pictures, we absolutely love receiving them. You can use the hashtag #ChessChamps and join in the fun, join in the conversation. The more, the merrier. We absolutely love it.
Yeah, that picture with the sun in Magnus's eyes. Now in my head, I keep singing that song, "The Sun Always Shines on TV," and it's just in my head.
No, you don't know that song.
Huh?
It's like Aha, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like, I must admit, when I first moved to Norway, I only knew one song from Aha, which was like "Take On Me." You know, like every Brit knows that song. Yeah. And somehow I got educated on Aha. He's an interesting man, Morten Harket.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi, he is in the tank. He is thinking. From his body language, to me at least, he's hinting at the fact that he has indeed studied this position before from the white side, but he just can't remember what he has studied, and that is psychologically a difficult hurdle to overcome. Knowing that you are familiar with the position, but not quite grasping the key ideas or recalling the key ideas, at least. And if that's the case, then Nepomniachtchi, he just needs to find a path to just continue the game, or maybe even go for that repetition of moves that I mentioned a few moments ago. You can't get to a situation where you're beating yourself up in your mind about not remembering and end up kind of letting that spiral out of control.
OK, so rook takes bishop is really forcing kind of the game will end in a draw in a matter of moves. But can you play something normal, like, for instance, defend the pawn? Now, I'm not necessarily thinking of moving the bishop because I think the bishop would actually get in the way of the rook. So, I mean, can you just go, I'm going to move my rook 2 squares forward. Pawn is defended. Let's play.
So instead of rook takes bishop, which is the most forcing move, the other option is to bring your rook up, defend this pawn to the side. And the issue here for white is that suddenly the pieces are maybe a bit clumsy. And, for example, if black just castles the king to this side of the board, the pin is broken, this rook in the corner is no longer a target. Suddenly, all of black's pieces coordinate. And how are you going to get your pieces into the game for white? Especially these two guys, they're not partaking in the action, and all of black's pieces look pretty good. OK, still pretty much in the balance, but for example, if white brings the bishop out, I could definitely imagine a scenario where black starts to activate this rook, maybe open things up a bit later on, and I think Magnus Carlsen will be very happy in this type of queenless middle game where he tends to thrive. So, as Jovanka mentions, it is possible in this position to bring the rook up, defend this pawn, or step the bishop forward and defend this pawn. But either way, it feels like it's losing a bit of momentum, and Magnus would have time to finish his development.
So what would you do here, David? Would you respect your opponent's idea, or would you kind of go, OK, fine, the opening didn't work so well for me, I got caught in some preparation. Okay. Well, there's our answer. You can see...
Let's check out the players' cameras. Will we see a repetition of moves and a draw? The position repeating itself. It looks like they're out of here.
Whoa, and it is a draw.
It is a draw. Threefold repetition, same position 3 times on the board. Neither side could actually escape that at the end, and a short but tense draw.
Wow. Did Magnus look surprised here?
I mean, we saw him make that gesture with his hands, right? He didn't look surprised, but he was just like, oh, what else can I do? Magnus had the black pieces. He came up with a really interesting opening idea, and sometimes that is a problem in chess. As black, it's hard to avoid a draw if your opponent plays very principled moves. The only way to avoid the draw is to take huge risks, and neither side really wants to do that right now.
All right, well, Nepomniachtchi left quite fast. He did have the white pieces here. So are you a little bit surprised with what he sort of chose?
Slightly surprised, but I think we shouldn't criticise Nepomniachtchi at all for this game, because he just came up with he came up against an idea from Carlsen with which either he was unfamiliar or which he just couldn't remember what to do against. And this is very different from the types of draws we saw a few times in the preliminary stage, or from Wesley So earlier today, where it was just memory work in order to try and force a draw with white. Nepomniachtchi here, he just saw no other option. So yeah, it's hard to be too harsh on him.
Is there anything to analyse from this game, though, David?
Maybe just to explain at the end why it was a draw.
Yeah.
Maybe just the final position. We did discuss here some options. Jovanka wanted to keep the tension. The ambitious approach would be to defend this pawn, which is currently under fire. Just step the rook forward, defending it, or to step the bishop forward, also defending this pawn. But the problem is, if you take a step back, if you allow yourself to start reacting to your opponent's moves, then things could backfire. For example, rook forward, defending this pawn, Magnus would just castle. And actually, I think black's position is the one that's easier to play right now. That is why Nepomniachtchi felt he's facing a very well-prepared opponent. There's no other option. You've got to go for the draw. Rook takes bishop, undermining the defender of this knight. Black's king has to step forward to protect this knight, has to capture that rook and check. Nowhere else to go for the king. He steps back, attacking this knight. Remember, this knight is pinned, it cannot move, and black's move obliged as well, obligatory, and a repetition. Threefold repetition, a draw, and a fair result.
So, Magnus, do you think he's a little bit annoyed with this, or should he be happy that now he can come back?
This is like a moral victory, because, you know, the traditional strategy that everyone employs in a match is basically you win with white, you draw with black. And the sole goal of playing with the black pieces is just to neutralize your opponent. And if you neutralize your opponent quickly, you're kind of like, yes, that's fantastic, because he couldn't deal with my preparation. And certainly it will be Nepomniachtchi who will be really a little bit grumpy with himself.
And what do you expect from Magnus in the next game with the white pieces?
Yeah, I mean, maybe more of the same from the last game. Magnus had a clear strategy in the first game when Magnus had white. He achieved a very balanced position, but slowly started to create chances and actually outplayed Nepomniachtchi later on. Magnus later getting a winning position. So Magnus, he might go for that slow and steady approach once more. He might just try and build in a very safe, risk-free scenario. Yeah, Magnus, he'll be over the moon with that last result. He has mentioned in the past as well, he struggled with black in the knockout stages, and getting one black game out of the way safely, that will be a good sign for him.
All right. Well, Magnus always has these super good days on the first day in the knockout stages. First day of quarterfinals was fantastic. Maybe not that same recipe today. I mean, it's not a bad day at all, but he didn't find that win in the first game. It's a very slow game here, a quick draw. So are we seeing things shifting up for Magnus?
Well, what we saw in the first game is we saw that Magnus put Nepomniachtchi under pressure. It was Nepomniachtchi who grovelled for the draw. So that kind of, OK, Magnus didn't win, but OK, so be it. He was on the attack. And in the second game, he just neutralised Nepomniachtchi. So it's definitely Nepomniachtchi who'll be like thinking, oh, I'm under pressure. I need to do something. And I think we're going to see, like David says, in the third game, we're going to see much more of the same, where Magnus just continues to pile on the pressure and just waits. He just wants to wait until Nepomniachtchi cracks and makes that critical mistake, because it will happen.
All right. Well, we are waiting for that third game with Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we're so excited now to be joined by someone very special. He's a TV host, a TV reporter, sports journalist, chess reporter, Ole Rolfsrud. Yeah. How are you, Ole?
I'm so fine. Thank you for having me, Kaja. Doing great.
Great to hear, great to hear. We're so excited to have you here. I don't know if you've been following Magnus lately and in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but it seems he's getting back to form, right?
Finally, I'm so happy for him. It's been his 30s haven't been quite as he perhaps would hope to be. We had a tournament in the Christmas time, and then he went out before the quarterfinals. So hopefully his 30s will be better than his 20s, but yeah, it's looking better now.
Well, Ole, I don't think there's any journalist in the world who's interviewed Magnus the more times than you have. You've been there sort of for his entire career ever since becoming a world champion in 2013. So what is it like to interview Magnus Carlsen? In what way is he different than other sports or athletes you will interview?
Well, luckily, as you can hear, I'm so glad that I don't have to interview him in English, but in Norwegian. But I find him to be 100% honest all the time. I met him the first time in India in 2013, and he still hasn't gone through like a public relations course or anything. He's just Magnus. He was just Magnus then, and he still is just Magnus. Being 100% honest. Oh, that's us doing a TV show a year ago. It's called Houska on TV2. And we were together. It was like a quiz show. And Magnus and I, we broke the record.
Really? Because that's like a quiz, like intellectual, historical, questions about anything, right?
Yeah, we had the topics were England and war and peace. And we nailed it.
Wow. And we have two English people in the studio. Must be happy to hear that.
Yes, certainly. I'm very impressed, actually. I mean, tell us how you did it.
Well, I just listened to him answering the questions, and there we go.
He's very good at quizzes, Magnus. He's famously won a chess quiz in Iceland that's almost impossible to get any answer, and he and Jon Ludvig Hammer, they crushed that one.
Wow.
His knowledge into geography and well, I did the music bit. You saw we were dressed up like the Beatles. When we went to the music, he was kind of quiet.
And Ole, you mentioned you followed Magnus at many World Championship matches. I think I met you at the 2018 World Championship match in London, where Magnus had, a great success. What words of wisdom would you give Magnus heading into another World Championship later this year? Word of
wisdom from me to the world champion. No, I mean, there is one thing I believe is extremely important. That's all the routines. Knowing who to talk to, what to do, what possibilities do you have going into the knockout stages, for instance. I remember when I was ringside in New York, the crew of Karjakin, they didn't know what to do, where to put the computer going into the secure zone and everything. So there were so many things that Team Magnus, Team Carlsen has learned from going back to 2013, that, for instance, a Karjakin or a Caruana or whoever, they don't know it, they don't have it. But Henrik Carlsen has it, Espen Agdestein has it, and of course Magnus Carlsen has it, the ability to just concentrate on the job and forget everything about what's on the outside of the bubble.
Well, also talking about routines during these matches, Ole, we've seen pictures of you playing football with him, playing basketball with him during these very intense matches. And, you know, being a TV reporter and sports journalist for many other sports as well, I mean, how unique is it to get so close to the world champion when he's fighting for the title?
Well, he's second to none. Obviously, I was talking about public relations back. Oh yeah, that's me. Do you see the jersey? That's HUD. That's my club. Cup champions back in 2012.
Yeah.
Now they are in the third tier. So thank you, HUD. Well, that's us playing football in Sochi in 2014. But still, it's also all about trust.
Yeah.
He trusts me. He trusts you, Kaja. You've been also around. And if you do something bad, you lose that trust.
Yeah.
And you disappear before you can say checkmate. So he's a really trustworthy person, if that's the right word.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And since then, 2013, becoming the world champion, making chess so popular both in Norway and the world, has he changed a lot? You said he was maybe the most special thing about he's so honest, you know. Is that still the case?
Yeah, I find him still really, really honest. He said at one point that early, like 10 or 15 years ago, that he looked upon every interview as a potential catastrophe. So he has gained a great deal of like social confidence since then. I believe so, and also he's more relaxed in the interview setting and everything, and also he has tried many things in life from 2013 to now. He's been modeling.
Yeah.
He's tasted certain aspects of life, but now I feel he's kind of gone back to basic, being a chess player. He's found love. And I believe he's in a really, really good place, personally, going into the 30s.
Yeah. And, well, Ole, as a Norwegian, you know, I follow the NRK broadcast from the World Championships, and it's been quite a journey, and you've been there for all the matches, and you've sort of taken the Norwegian audience into a very special world, and you've introduced us to Miss Lova, everyone remembers in Norway, and Karjakin's manager, yeah, we see him there. So
yeah.
For you as well, what is it that intrigues you about this very special chess world?
Well, it's the characters. Oh, it's I love it. It's from David Howell to Kirsan Ilyumzhinov.
Yeah.
Coming down to India, I have to be honest with you. When NRK said that we had got the rights for the World Championship match, well, I just have to tell you a story about this. This is Kyrios Zangalis together with Norwegian Prime Minister. This is. Kiri and me, we were at the Norwegian Sports Gala, and he was invited to give out the prize together with me. And he didn't know Norwegian, obviously, and everything was in Norwegian. And it was most important for him being on Facebook. So when the show was finished, he sat on one of the tables there, just behind us, and
just keep going, Ole.
and then he sat like this with his telephone, and then came a great entourage with that woman in front, and and tapped on here and said, "Hello, I'm a big fan. Can I have a picture?" And then and he looked up. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Just a minute. I'm on Facebook. You know, I am the Prime Minister of Norway. Oh, okay. Then he stood up and We took the picture. And he also met Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, the Manchester United manager there. So it was a great day for Kyrgios Langalis. Going back to chess, it's so intriguing. 64 squares, 32 pieces, all the characters. It's Yobava from Georgia. It's the history, the politics, and it never seems to end. I just love it.
It's fantastic. And the game is starting, but I want to ask you a final question, Ole, because NRK, as always, will show the World Championship match, hopefully now in 2021. So how much are you looking forward to finally seeing Magnus in a match again?
Oh, so much. Even though I'm afraid that this time I won't be on site. I will be in the studio as you are now. And that would be the first time. But I'm really, really looking forward to seeing if he can find his really, really classic chess form back again.
Ole, so much fun hearing all your story. Thank you so much for joining us.
It was a pleasure, and good luck with your broadcast.
Thank you so much. Bye, Ole.
Bye.
All right, that was fantastic. I love all those stories.
Yeah, I mean, you, Ole, you've been around Magnus for so long, so many stories, surely, and I think in no other sport could you get such access to a world champion, right?
It's so unique. It's so unique. And Ole may be the one who's gotten the closest to Magnus Carlsen now with the white pieces. And we know he's going to go for the win in this one. Is it spectacular what we're seeing?
We're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the first game.
I was afraid you were saying repeat of moves now.
No.
No, Magnus would never do that with the white pieces in such an important game. The only repeat we see here so far is the repeat of the noodles. Revenge of the noodles. They are back. Meanwhile, it's a very similar opening to game one from today, when Magnus last had the white pieces, but a slightly different take. This time, Magnus has first castled the king before trying to worry about any clarifying any action on that left side of the board. And now, a very interesting idea by Magnus Carlsen at shifting his queen up one square. This gained in popularity a few years ago. Sorry. Well, I'm losing my voice because this opening's so exciting. So this position, it was very popular a few years ago. Magnus himself had a lot to do with that popularity from the black side. And now he is taking on the mantle of the white pieces, trying to look for an advantage here. If we bring up the analysis board, I expect to see Nepomniachtchi actually go into thought in a moment. But OK, he brings his queen up first. If we bring up the analysis board, we do a quick count. Same number of pawns, but there is an imbalance. Black has a weakness here. This one is in white's half of the board. It should be a target. It should be easy to try and pick this pawn off the board later, especially since it's a doubled pawn on the same line. But in compensation, Black has the fact that white's pawn here is a bit of a target. It is weak. There's an outpost in front of it for Black's pieces. That's why Magnus Carlsen retreats his knight now. And for those of you at home who are wondering why Magnus put his queen on such a weird, awkward square, the idea is simple. He's asking Nepomniachtchi to castle on this side of the board. He's waiting for this to happen, and then the white queen will spring forward and then maybe just shuffle to the side. For example, if black moves the rook, shuffle to the side and start getting to the black king. This is the only path for white's queen to bring itself over to this king side. And suddenly there are some huge threats. This bishop could jump out and combine with the white king, the white queen, towards the black king. And if this happens, Magnus Carlsen will be very happy. He'll get a free attack against the black king. So a bit of a waiting game right now in this current position. Traditionally, this is supposed to be slightly better for white, but chances.
I can also tell you, David, that this is not the most popular line, which does mean that it might be Nepomniachtchi who has been taken off guard. Because I can say only 5 games in the database, but it does have pedigree what white is doing. So Ding Larin has played against Fabiano Caruana. Ivan Chiparinov, a Bulgarian grandmaster, has Bulgarian/Georgian grandmaster has also played it. So very, very high level of grandmasters utilising this. And everyone, Nepomniachtchi is making the right moves. He's moving his knight out there, and the knight is getting ready just to reorganize itself to a square in the center. But what's interesting now is that Magnus encourages that knight to move there, because white hasn't played that move before, actually.
Yep, so Magnus, he's asking that black knight to commit itself. Will it jump into white's position? Will it retreat back to an outpost? Yeah, Magnus Carlsen just asking a difficult question of Nepomniachtchi before deciding where to put his own pieces, before deciding where to put the white pieces. As Jovanka mentions, this opening, it's only really been played by very high-level grandmasters, and that's because it's so complex. This type of opening, you need to understand all of the plans. There's no memory work. It's not about memorizing exactly what to do if your opponent does a certain thing. It's more about the ideas behind the moves. And now, as we see, Magnus Carlsen, because he's studied this position before, because he's so familiar, having looked at it with his coaches, he's very quick to avoid a trade of knights in the centre. If you notice White's pawn structure as well, there's 2 white central pawns in the middle of the board. They're quite far advanced. White has a small space advantage in the centre. If you have extra space, you don't want to trade pieces. You want to keep your opponent's pieces cramped.
And I'm just giggling away because the challenges for Magnus are just coming thick and fast. We have a tweet from Leon Watson who says, Ginger GM 2.0 is coming for you, Magnus. And Old Canute says, Sasha is almost always early with the queen. And there's his rather gorgeous cat, I have to say, coming out with the queen. So absolutely, I love getting these challenges, don't you, David?
Yeah, some great pictures as well.
Exactly. And all I can say is keep them coming. We love it. And you can engage with us using the hashtag #ChessChamps on Twitter. And we'll show them on the screen, or we'll even discuss them in the studio. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, keep them coming. I might even tweet myself.
Yeah, maybe.
OK, meanwhile, a huge decision by Jan Nepomniachtchi, one that I didn't really see coming myself, and I'm not sure Magnus Carlsen will have expected this. Black has committed his king, but he's not castled towards the more traditional king side. He's castled long. He's gone towards that left side of the board. The Black King does not look too safe there. There's a lot of pieces around the Black King, which is the saving grace, but Black's pawn structure around his king is not it's just not intact. It's not really sound. So we do see a trade of pawns in the centre. Magnus Carlsen continuing to play fast. This shows I was wrong. He has predicted this. He has studied this position in the past. Magnus would not be playing at this speed if he wasn't familiar with Black's setup.
Yeah, that's insane, actually, that Magnus would have predicted it. I mean, that just goes to show the depth of his preparation, because I don't think it's the most natural move on the board to castle your king to the left, where there isn't that much pawn cover and that there is the potential for an all-out war. Yeah, and also very quickly with this bishop retreat and now manoeuvring the queen across, I mean...
Yeah.
Wow.
Some odd moves by Magnus Carlsen on the face of it. Earlier, Magnus moved his bishop out. Now that bishop's gone back to where it started from. Magnus shuffled his queen up 1 square, then brought it across. Magnus bringing his rook across, then shuffling it back. So Magnus has actually lost a lot of time with his pieces. But that was all to provoke Black to castle on that long side. I mean, Magnus, as I mentioned, I think it was just after the World Championship match in 2018, he started playing this opening from the Black side. And all of his coaches, his seconds, including Niels Grandelius, Laurent Fressinet, a few others, they started experimenting with this opening. So it was clear that the Magnus camp had invested a lot of time into the ideas here from the Black side. Maybe the reason he's playing so fast with White, Magnus Carlsen, is because this was one of his own ideas from the Black side, and he's now fighting against it. So, OK, with Nepomniachtchi's last move, bring the Black King closer to safety. It is time for Magnus Carlsen to start developing the rest of his pieces. Maybe that bishop on the left side of the board, the rook in the corner. If he can use those pieces to attack, White will be doing well. But with opposite side castling, with both kings on opposite flanks right now, it's going to become a battle of the attacks, a bit of a race.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
I mean, this one is going to heat up. Promising start to the game.
Would you kind of like pay attention to the bar, because the bar is quite significantly in favour of White? For me, I would say ignore the bar. It's all about playing good moves and who can come up with the most masterful or planned attack. You know, you can't just make random moves here. We actually saw Levon Aronian lose to Magnus Carlsen on day 1 of the quarterfinals because he just took a time out to play some random king move.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this type of position, it's war. Every single move needs to have a purpose. And as White, I would be looking at ways to, I agree with you, utilise the left side.
Yeah.
Is Nepomniachtchi's cat here in the picture now?
Oh, this is Richie.
He seems like he's saying like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah,
away,
maybe.
get
Or
away.
could be his dog, Snare. Have you seen the pictures of the dog?
Oh yes, the big one, the big fluffy one.
Yeah,
right?
the big old English sheepdog. I mean, oh my goodness me, what a dog! It's beautiful.
It is. Well, we also know Wesley So is into his animals. He's got his 2 cats, and look at the drama in the semi-final with him and Anish Giri. Wesley So is up by 1 point, but in this 3rd game, maybe Anish Giri is getting that win he needs, and what a dramatic 4th round it will be between these two then.
Yeah, I did mention it earlier that Wesley So decided to take that very quick forced draw with White. And usually the chess gods, they do not like those decisions. And now he's in trouble with his next game. But in this one, Jovanka called it. The stakes are very high. So although the computer slightly prefers White, one wrong move and that will completely change. Yeah, I'm just looking at those 2 kings on opposite sides of the board and thinking, how will either side try to initiate an attack? Magnus Carlsen, he's having this long think now, this 3-minute plus think. He's just coming up with a plan. It's all about just maybe the next 3-4 moves, having an idea that you can just kind of initiate, being consistent with that idea. Once you start the attack, you have to continue it. You can't take a timeout to start defending your own king.
Let's do a deep dive, right, David? Let's have a look at what the potential ideas are, because we talked a lot about like mobilizing the left side of the board. Let's put our money where our mouth is and come up with a plan.
Yeah. The first move that I wanted to play originally was to maybe prematurely initiate the aggression, just pushing a pawn, try to push it even further, try to destabilize this black knight. But if this happens, I think black will simply block this. And if you start attacking this pawn, black will continue to block this diagonal, either with his bishop or maybe even with his knight. And this knight is now anchored on a very nice square. Therefore, going back to the current position, I was about to say, I would start with this move in order that, if black plays on the opposite side of the board, which, he does. He lines up his rook with the opponent's king. Now it's time to push forward maybe with the pawn, because black cannot use his own pawn to block, because this pawn, it simply could be captured. So Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi playing very logical chess. In the current position, I think it's time to either get this guy going or to, the other option Magnus Carlsen goes for is to just shuffle the rook across. That was the only piece doing nothing, lining up with the queen. And now next move, maybe menacing the idea of pushing the pawn forward, undermining this guy to get to the black queen behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice kind of principle. The rooks like to be opposite the enemy queen. And what I really like about how Magnus has played it is the bishop move. That was a little bit surprising to me. Look how wonderful it is. I'm talking about the light squared bishop. Yeah, look how it's like overprotecting the king. It's like it's going to the king. Relax, relax, dude. I got you covered.
It's like its bodyguard, this bishop.
Right. I mean, it was a potential weakness. I mean, it was a soft spot, and Magnus has already thought about that, anticipated it, prevented it. Yeah. And so how would you, if you were Nepomniachtchi, you'd know that you kind of need to get motoring. Yeah. What would you be tempted to do? Would you be tempted just to move the queen away? Would you be looking at advancing your pawns, or just?
Yeah, I mean, Nepomniachtchi has a problem because, as you mentioned, this is the only target, really, this pawn, but it's very well protected by that bodyguard, by that white bishop. And if you can't get to this square, what else do you do? Ideally, you want to open up this diagonal because the queen and bishop are on it, but how do you get rid of these 2 knights? The only way immediately is to push forward to kick this knight back, but as soon as you do this, remember, pawn pushes, they create weaknesses behind them. As soon as you do this, white's other knight can jump into an outpost, which previously this pawn had covered, and suddenly this knight jump would attack the black queen. This knight is now on its dream square. So maybe this is an idea for later for black, but right now, kicking these knights away is just impossible. You just can't comprehend. You can't even consider pushing those pawns forward. Another option would be maybe to bring this rook up and double the rooks on the same line. This is one that you would play if you had all the luxury of time, but Nepomniachtchi, he's just weighing up whether that's the first priority, or maybe you move the black queen out of the eye line of white's rook. Maybe that's the most urgent thing right now. A huge amount for Nepomniachtchi to think about.
Now, with the the two kings on opposite sides. You know, my favorite situation on the chessboard. Always dramatic when they castle on different sides. But is it then Nepomniachtchi who has sort of gone into something very different with the black pieces here than in the first game where Magnus was the white, to sort of avoid getting into that same trouble?
Yeah, Magnus was the first one to deviate, first one to try something a bit new, but he kind of provoked Nepomniachtchi. He asked him to do something like this. If Nepomniachtchi had been a bit safer and castled on the same side as white, then it would have been a slower game, but maybe it would have favoured white anyway. So Nepomniachtchi, remember, he's very ambitious. He's not afraid of anyone in the chess world, Nepomniachtchi. He will always play the most principled moves, no matter who he's facing. Many players, if they're facing the world champion, they would think, OK, let's play the safer option. Nepomniachtchi, he won't care about that. He'll play the move he thinks is best, no matter who the opponent is. So that's why Magnus has gone in for this. He knew Nepomniachtchi would do something a bit risky, and Magnus, he's hoping that his attack will land first.
Well, we love that. So this is the perfect battle in the semi-finals for us. To have Jan Nepomniachtchi up there against Magnus Carlsen for the first time in the knockout stage, they face each other. And we do have another move.
We do have another move. Black's bishop does improve itself.
So it's kind of preparing your idea of just advancing the pawn to kick away the knight, the white knight in the center, and just to kind of take control of that square. It's interesting that he just completely ignores the fact that the rook, the white rook that is opposite his own queen.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's just asking for something to happen on the board. But I mean, is there any way that white can do something concrete?
I think there are a few concrete ideas here. By concrete, we mean forcing moves, which create a threat, which, I mean, forcing moves typically are checks, captures and threats. They reduce the opponent's options. Therefore, they make the whole variation easy, or the future easier to work out, easier to predict and calculate. And here, white has a few forcing moves. White can play knight takes bishop, the bishop that's just moved. White can also just push a pawn, as we highlighted a bit earlier on. Yeah, maybe if we bring up the board, we can see the two most tempting options here for white. For me, they would be, firstly, to continue the plan started by bringing the rook across to push this pawn, try to undermine black's strong point. But maybe the issue is that you have to worry about moves such as bishop takes pawn, attacking the rook, or you have to worry about moves like pawn pushing forward. And this could be a bit sneaky. Now, this pawn, you can capture it, but if you get greedy, then in a situation like this, you could imagine white's rook under attack, and if you move it, black's queen coming in, capturing this knight, not sacrificing itself, because this pawn can never capture the queen. The pawn is pinned. This is a bit of a long variation, but this is the type of thing Magnus is considering. This might hold him back from pushing his pawn here. The other option that would strike out to me is knight takes pawn, knight takes bishop, opening up your queen against this weak pawn, but then black would simply capture back with the rook, defending it. And I'm not sure this trade is beneficial for white. You've actually removed your strongest piece, your centralized knight, right now. So no obvious moves from Magnus Carlsen. So if the forcing moves don't work, then maybe just improve your worst placed piece. Often I'm calculating long variations. They don't look great, so you just take a time out, and which pieces can be improved? Maybe this bishop, although it was the bodyguard, maybe if you step a pawn forward, you can improve it. You can bring this bishop onto the long diagonal, and it stands even better than it previously did. Yeah, I expect to see something like that from Magnus Carlsen. He'll rule out all the forcing moves first, and then he'll look at how to improve his pieces. All
right. Do you think Magnus Carlsen is feeling good in this game? He's getting it where he wants to. This is the type of position where he feels, you know, he plays his best.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the type of position Magnus plays his best, but he plays well in every type of position. That's the thing. I mean, the older Magnus has got, actually just in the last 2-3 years, he's been more dynamic than ever. In the past, he used to keep things very under control, very kind of risk-free chess, but lately he likes to kind of initiate these types of double-edged positions. So, yep, Magnus very experienced here, but Nepomniachtchi, he won't be too unhappy either. Despite the fact it's difficult for black to play, black does have chances against the white king, and historically, Nepomniachtchi does quite well in those types of positions.
And Magnus now thinking for 3.5 minutes, so, OK, he's speeding up.
Yeah, and he plays one of the moves I did highlight there. He decided, OK, there's nothing else to do. There's no immediate way forward, so let's just push a pawn. That pawn looking very well protected, kind of blunting the effect of the black rook and creating a square for white's bishop there. The bodyguard.
The bodyguard. But we did have, not his bodyguard, but a journalist that has been working with Magnus for many years, Ulla also here, in that last break, talking about Magnus, you know, celebrity status, I mean, both in Norway and in the world, how much fun it is working with him. But Jan Nepomniachtchi in Russia, how big of a star is he?
Yeah, I mean, all chess players are big stars. I mean, I remember Sergei Karyakin was at one point plastered all over the Moscow billboards. So, I mean, chess is becoming a big, big sport. I mean, I don't think he's as big in Russia, as Nepomniachtchi, that is as big in Russia as Magnus Carlsen is in Norway. But, I mean, certainly, you know, the people know about him. And especially now with the Queen's Gambit, with chess becoming like a big, big thing. So, I mean, all action happening on the chessboard, actually. Sorry, I got distracted by the chess because...
that's your job, Jovanka, so that's good.
Yeah. I also have to say that, you know, you talked about Magnus being a celebrity, and that is indeed our theme for the day, celebrity. I do have to show you one of Magnus's fans, and it's from Francesca Stefansian, who says, at 5 months old, I think Pippa the pup is Magnus Carlsen's youngest fan, and look at how adorable she is.
Pippa the pup, I like that name.
I know. And, I mean, also we have a tweet from Bersi Jan, who says that Nepo seems to be Magnus Carlsen's new big rival. Amazing prep by Magnus and such a close draw in the previous game. Much better than watching my football team, which I, you know, these are the comments I love to hear. But, you know, just kind of to think about it, Nepo is at an amazing level right now. He's never been better.
All-time best,
Exactly. He's leading the candidates. He could be Magnus's next challenger. You know, we could find that out by next month. And here, he just seems to be taking the game in a dynamic way. And you can see he is not afraid to castle on the opposite side of Magnus's king. And he's not afraid just to take the game into a very dynamic, aggressive way.
Yeah, and Nepomniachtchi making some facial gestures there. He's surprised by Magnus Carlsen's last move. I'm slightly surprised by it as well, deciding to play knight takes bishop. That knight for white was a glorious piece. Yes, it was attacked, but black's bishop wasn't the best. And, OK, Magnus Carlsen just decides to trade and improve his bishop. The reason I'm slightly surprised by that one, and probably the reason Nepomniachtchi is slightly surprised as well, is because black's pawn structure is better than it's ever been in this game. Black kind of corrected his doubled pawns. Black previously had 2 pawns on the c-line. Now he's got an extra central pawn. All of black's pawns now looking pretty nice. But white does have the bishop pair. So still in the balance, but Nepomniachtchi has reason to be happy with that last trade.
And there is a threat in the position, isn't there? White can get greedy and capture a pawn, and that is why Nepomniachtchi says, nope, can't go for that, and protects that pawn with his own rook. OK, but this now gives Magnus the chance to do something, right? The black queen is still opposite the white rook. I mean, is it now the chance just to open up lines and go, right, war has begun?
Yep, war might well have begun. Magnus Carlsen is leaning forward, though. He did shake his head there. He's not too happy. Maybe he's regretting that last decision. If we bring up the analysis board, Jovanka really wants to go for it. Put metal... I was going to say...
Pedal to the metal.
Pedal to the metal, that's what I wanted to say. And really try to use the rook on this line by pushing forward with a pawn. Black cannot capture, remember, because of rook takes queen. Therefore, black has to close this line. Black has to step the pawn forward, and maybe this pawn will be weak, maybe it's a strength. Until Magnus is clear about that, he won't allow this to happen. The other option for white would be to go for this weak pawn that Jovanka mentioned a moment ago, that black had to defend with the rook. You can go for it by bringing your knight forward, opening up this diagonal as well for the bishop towards the black queen. This one, it could go very right. If you win this pawn, it could also go very wrong because you have opened up that diagonal. So there's going to be all sorts of tricks. Maybe the safest for black is just step back with the queen to keep extra protection of this pawn. And the good thing for black, actually the only good thing for black pretty much right now, is that he has a very strong outpost for his knight. Magnus does something very similar. A bit of an odd one, though. He brings his knight to the side of the board. Not really attacking anything, but at least protecting this bishop if I mean, if that bishop does come under fire, that's more of a kind of preparatory move, more of a kind of safe option for Magnus. So right now, I think chances for both sides. While the kings are still opposite each other, while the queens remain on the board, I think either side could win this, all three results possible.
And chances for both sides in the match, the semi-final match between Wesley So and Anish Giri as well, because Giri has now won the third game. So they are tied. They won one game each. They tied one game before that final fourth game in the first semi-final match. So that is going to be so intense. And what an impressive comeback by Anish Giri.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, he actually did that against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the first day of the quarterfinals. He lost the first game, but he came back immediately with a win and with the black pieces as well.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Nepomniachtchi at his peak rating, probably better than he's ever been. I would argue that the other two players in the semi-finals, Wesley So and Anish Giri, they're both better than they've ever been as well. Anish, I mean, did so well in the preliminary stage. He's about to head into, I mean, did so well in the Tata Steel. He's about to head into the candidates. And Wesley So, of course, winning 2 tour events. Who saw that coming? So, yeah, those two players, young, upcoming, fighting.
Well, that's why everything is so exciting, you know, because it's like David said, Magnus is in form. Nepomniachtchi is now in form. Anish, really hot right now. And then, of course, Wesley So, who's just been a juggernaut of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So what can happen? Well, fire on the board. That's guaranteed.
Yeah, and I thought that the other semi-final would be really cagey, lots of quiet draws, but nope. Lots of action.
Lots of action. Well, this one had a few draws, but it's not cagey, maybe.
Yeah.
They are really swinging at each other.
No boring chess in this one. These two players both going for it. And, OK, Nepomniachtchi's last move, that queen, that black queen, it was under fire from the white rook, as we mentioned. It was under fire from the white bishop, so it has sidestepped. Also, potentially eyeing up an undefended pawn on the same line. Black is now possibly threatening to play queen takes pawn. Will Magnus take a time out to defend his pawn on that left side? Will he try and play a more aggressive move? It does feel to me like Magnus isn't really comfortable with this position right now. It looks like he's maybe lost the thread over the last few moves. He had beautiful pieces. He kind of helped Black improve his position. And especially that white knight, it just looks misplaced now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is the thing, you know, the white knight is doing something. I don't quite know what. And the white bishop that Magnus has is doing a nice defensive role, so a good job there. I mean, the dark squared bishop, can she get better? I don't think she can. I mean, and then the big issue for me is like, where are all the pawn breaks? And they're not possible. And I do feel that in these type of positions, you have to be looking at opening lines. And Magnus cannot do that right now. And that makes his job slightly trickier.
Yeah, especially while he's lower on the clock. It's fine having less time as long as you have an obvious plan, as long as you're able to calculate things quickly. But here, Magnus, he just has to choose. I mean, it's not clear which move is better than any of the others or why. So it's a bit of a random choice here for Magnus. And the more time he invests, the more he kind of deep dives into that position, the more risk there'll be that he gets carried away and loses his rhythm, loses a bit of time on the clock and panics later on. Yeah, I mean, do you remember the first couple of tournaments of the tour, Jovanka? We were talking about, a lot about knights on the rim being dim, knights on the side of the board being terrible, but players in this tournament, they've kind of been obeying the traditional rules. They haven't put their knights on the side of the board too much until Magnus there. And as soon as I see one knight on the edge of the board for one of the first times this tournament, I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, actually. They haven't been doing that in this particular event. And the other was, I think they broke the rule all the time. And we were very, very unhappy about that. But, OK, so I think Magnus is also struggling for a plan. But now the issue is, like, what is Nepomniachtchi going to do? Because we've kind of highlighted, well, Magnus doesn't know what he's doing. Neither does maybe not Nepomniachtchi. Or is there something? I mean, at the minute, his last move is just purely designed to block the pawn on the left side. He just wanted to block a pawn break. So it's kind of a defensive and aggressive move. But, OK, what next?
Yeah, that last move by Nepomniachtchi definitely just intended to constrain White's plans, to prevent any pawn breaks. And White right now, again, is back. I mean, the pressure, the onus is back on Magnus to just do something. Will he go for a queen trade, maybe? When in doubt, that tends to be his kind of default approach to the position. And I think given time, Nepomniachtchi will slowly maybe start to improve. Maybe one of the knights might move. He might aim for a trade of light-squared bishops, because remember, if your opponent has the bishop pair, get rid of them, or get rid of one of them at least. OK, Magnus, meanwhile, puts his bishop, OK, to protect a couple of pawns, but that bishop is a bit blocked in.
OK.
Nepomniachtchi does not look impressed by that move.
Is it a mini blunder by Magnus?
I'm not sure about a blunder, but I don't really see how that improves White's position. It's kind of a temporary thing. It's just asking Black. It's trying to tempt Black into playing knight takes bishop. I don't think Nepomniachtchi will even get tempted to consider that.
Let's bring up the board and let's have
I mean, the bar is saying it's doing the opposite than improve. It's saying he's worsening his position.
Yeah, I mean, I think the computers are kind of looking at it in very concrete terms. But if we were looking in very human terms, you know, we'd have to explore what is Nepomniachtchi doing. And this is something that Magnus is now giving Nepomniachtchi. He's saying, hey, I don't have a plan, but maybe you will have a plan. And wow.
Yeah.
OK.
Nepomniachtchi has sacrificed a piece. The reason the computer didn't like this move, going away with the bishop, is because it lost control of this square. Black dropping his knight on this square. White now has to capture this knight simply, has to accept the gift of this piece. Currently,
that doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. But currently the black rook is opened up towards this bishop. But the knight is protecting the bishop. Therefore, you have to get rid of the knight. Look at the bar at the bottom there. White does have options, but taking this knight is the best of them. Suddenly, black will drop his rook down, attacking this undefended knight. That knight previously protected by a pawn, but no longer. And if White tries to save it, if White tries to retreat the knight, and look at this, the rooks are going to line up towards the black king. OK, we've got this position on the board.
Magnus find that best move.
Magnus found the best move, but how will he react to Nepomniachtchi dropping that rook down and attacking the white knight? That's the only logical move I see right now for...
Well, it's happened, it's on the board, and Magnus has gone into the tank and he's in real focus mode. I mean, can you simply attack the rook and try to claim that the rook is offside?
Yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi, he shouldn't actually move his knight right now, because just bad things will happen to his bishop simply. The knight has to stay defending the bishop temporarily, but that means the knight will have to jettison itself in a moment. So, yeah, you're right, Jovanka, maybe a pawn push to attack the black rook. But it does feel like suddenly this development, just the way the game has gone over the last few moves, White's king has opened up. Magnus has lost a lot of time on the clock.
I have another idea. Maybe can you just sidestep with the king to the side?
OK. He doesn't go for that.
OK, he doesn't go for that.
If the king had sidestepped, black would just do the same. Black would play rook takes knight. And it would be a similar position to the one we will see, I think. So here, Nepomniachtchi will just capture that knight.
And now I think it's important to capture the bishop, because otherwise... Otherwise, I think that it's just going to be a very awful position. I mean, at least with the white pieces, you're like, well, my king is unsafe, but then, hey, yours is as well.
Yep, maybe black king unsafe-ish, but black will now maybe put his king in the corner. Actually, black would just be completely winning this position if the black queen was better placed. But at the moment, the black queen does not coordinate with any of its other pieces. The black queen wants to be on the other side of the board. Nepomniachtchi would love to just pick up that queen and just plonk it near White's king, and then it would just be game over. White's king would be too exposed. But meanwhile, OK, Magnus will try and stop that happening. Black has, Nepomniachtchi, he's put his king in the corner of the board. It looks like it's a bit exposed there, but remember, knights are a king's best friend. That black knight will keep the king protected. The black knight will shield that king from any checks. So the king should be pretty safe there for now. How will Magnus deal with the fact that the white king is the one that's more open? I would shuffle that white king to the corner.
Yeah, and I think that's the best move in the position. I think Magnus is tiptoeing on the edge here, because if he starts playing incorrectly, he's got under a minute on the clock.
It's getting dramatic.
Exactly. And I agree with David. OK, and you can just see, OK, he has been tempted. He has advanced his pawn forward. But, OK...
I think that's a big mistake.
Totally.
I think he has miscalculated. Look, he sacrificed a rook now, Magnus Carlsen, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has options. He can just capture that rook. Rook takes rook. Yes, the black knight will drop in the centre of the board, but black's rooks will come across, give check to the white king, then black's queen will drop back to protect its king. Magnus will just be down on material with nothing to show for it. Look, we're getting this position. So Magnus currently down a rook for a bishop. Both kings are open, but I think Magnus has maybe overestimated his chances of getting to the black king. The black king will be safe once its queen comes back to defend it.
Totally.
Is he losing now?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Wow. I mean, the only attackers that Magnus has is the queen and the bishop, and look at them. They can only cover the dark squares. And just look at that bishop. Wow. So he moves his king to the center. I actually think that was probably the best idea, in fact, to go with the king. And now, yep, the queen must defend her king. You know, everyone knows that.
But suddenly everything's protected in black's camp. There's no threats. Okay,
Magnus. And Magnus needs to work on the dark squares in order to involve the bishop, but that isn't possible.
He's allowing a queen trade as well. So he's down on material. I mean, Nepomniachtchi, if you want to keep things simple, just take the queens off the board, remove any threat of checkmate, and the black rooks will do the job. The black rooks will finish off this game.
Yeah, it's
Magnus just panicked, I think.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I would certainly not hesitate about taking the queens off the board. I mean, I have this kind of I had this expression in the when I was training for the Women's World Championship, bank it.
Yeah, bank it, and Nepomniachtchi has banked it. If you count the material, not only is black up a rook for a bishop, he also has an extra pawn. So that's, in total, if we do a bit of maths, a 3-point advantage. That's why the computer gives black such a big edge right now. And look, black's rooks, they're starting to work their magic. They're starting to attack pawns. Magnus, he's in hustle mode. He's praying for a miracle here.
Yeah.
He's hoping to maybe trap one of the black rooks, but black can simply capture a pawn in a moment.
Exactly. And, yeah, I think it's going to be game over quite soon.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, he did pull off a miracle against Levon Aronian, but, I mean, this one is beyond saving. OK, so...
At least against Levon Aronian, when Magnus saved that one, it was complicated. White had to be accurate.
Exactly.
There was a huge imbalance of pieces. Here, it's very simple. The pieces that remain on the board, they're linear. They're rooks and bishops. That means it's hard to blunder anything. You won't walk into a knight fork.
Well, having said that, you know, he has moved his... Is there anything to stop Magnus from playing his king up?
So Magnus, OK, he could have brought his king up, but black would have just played pawn takes bishop, won the game. So, OK, the bishop sidesteps.
This is dramatic for the world champion, but what a game for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and going 1 point up in the first match.
Yeah, all he needs to do is save his rooks. And
it's that easy, you say. All he has to do is save his rooks.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he spots that his rook is under attack right now, which he does, he moves his rook out of fire. Soon those pawns will start rolling.
Yeah. And I have to say, Magnus, I mean, he hasn't given away any emotions. It's hard to say if he really feels that he is in trouble here.
Yeah, he knows he's in trouble. I mean, we have this really annoying expression that the chess authors use all the time, where we just end the game and the assessment here and just go, the rest is a matter of technique. And here you're watching the technique that, you know, Nepomniachtchi is actually just using his rooks. He has a passed pawn. I mean, I just love the Norwegian word for passed pawn, which is free pawn, which is like free to advance. And that pawn will simply find a new, well, help it find a new queen, a new wife.
Look at Magnus finally betraying his emotions.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him resign any moment now. Look, black's rook now just going for a pawn on the left side of the board. Once that pawn drops, black's central pawns, I mean, they're just going to run. Magnus resigns.
Yep. Magnus Carlsen giving up in the third game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That means the Russian is in the lead in the first match in the semi-final. They only have one game to go in the first match. So Magnus Carlsen, he has to win that one if he wants to tie the first match. But he's, I mean, in situations like this, we're used to seeing him being so angry, so frustrated. He's very calm.
He's calm because he knows he has to stay calm. He has one more chance today to fight back in the match. And also, Magnus, knowing him quite well, he does respect the fact his opponents sometimes play well. And that was definitely a case in Nepomniachtchi playing a great game.
We have to take a minute to praise Jan Nepomniachtchi here with the black pieces. Is this him at his best? This is the game he will play when we see his best.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he was very calm, very, you know, absolutely powerful display. I mean, he navigated the complications fantastically well. And he took the most bravest decision alive, where he just castled into the lion's den and just allowed Magnus to attack. But Magnus never got going.
And we're going to head into the fourth game, the final game of today between Anish Giri and Wesley So. It's starting in a few seconds. They are tied. They won one game each, and they played a draw in one game. So the winner of this game will be the winner of the first match. Now, we do see Anish Giri sitting there. We did see Magnus Carlsen sitting by his computer for many minutes now after the game finished with a loss for him. What is he doing there? Is he looking at that game that he lost, or is he just preparing for the final game?
I think a bit of both. He'll look at the game he lost just because that's his nature. He always wants to... I mean, he's got a curious mind. He always wants to figure out where he went wrong. But if I were Magnus, I would just spend only 1 minute on that and get preparing, because Magnus doesn't have any more white games today. You don't need to figure out where you went wrong. Worry about that later or tomorrow. Yeah. Magnus needs to focus on the next one.
And Wesley So jumping in, making the first move with the white pieces. And again, the winner of this game will be the winner of the first match between Wesley So and Anish Giri. So watch has Wesley chosen in the opening here.
Wesley So has gone with his queen's pawn, and Anish Giri reacts by playing the Grunfeld defence. One of my own favourite openings, and the favourite opening of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, two other players, as well as Giri, in the world's elite. So, yep, it's a very high-level opening. Black allows white to occupy more of the centre, but Black will try and counter-attack against the centre later on. So a very dynamic opening. And earlier in the day, these guys played a Grunfeld defence, and Wesley So was so terrified of it, he went for a forced draw. He just wanted to draw with white. He didn't want to see what Anish Giri had prepared. But this time, he plays a more ambitious opening. White there, bringing his rook across. This was fashionable maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Everyone was doing this against me for a while. But it kind of dropped out of fashion over the last few years because some antidotes were found to this rook move for Black, including this bishop reply. Now, Wesley So, he clearly has an idea in mind. He's just trying something maybe a bit old, a bit forgotten, hoping that a youngster like Anish Giri isn't so familiar with the plans.
I like the way you said youngster.
Yeah, everyone's young, as long as they're not over 30.
Like, I think Wesley's, like you said, 93, and Anish is 94, so they're actually...
26 and 27.
Yeah, gosh.
They're at their peak.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, and you can talk? 96, 93 and 94, wow.
Yep, and meanwhile, this last move, developing a piece by Wesley So. The last time I actually had this position with one of my own games was just 2 weeks ago, maybe, against Alireza Firouzja in an online blitz game. And Firouzja used this opening with white to beat me. So it is a pretty decent one. OK, meanwhile, Anish Giri bringing his bishop out, attacking the white queen. As far as I remember, this was used by, I think it was Alexander Grischuk. Just a provocative move, asking white to either move the queen out of the way or to block. This big choice for Wesley So. It does look like Anish Giri will have to lose time with his bishop if white pushes a pawn now to attack it, but that's OK. Black's bishop will just drop back, having done a job of weakening, loosening white's pawn structure. OK, while Wesley So thinks, maybe if we bring up the analysis board, we can see just how the game will evolve over the next few moves. The queen currently under attack. The bishop cannot be captured. It's defended by a black knight. So there's maybe two main options. OK, maybe three main options. Firstly, you move the queen. Nice and safe. But then this bishop remains here. You'll have to deal with it later on. The second option would be to kick this bishop. Kick it back, and the bishop will actually go back to where it came from. It will retreat to its start square, and the whole point is that this pawn move has weakened white's structure. Previously, white had this nice kind of, what do we call them? The cheerleaders, or at least half the cheerleader pyramid.
The chain, yeah, the chain gang, I did.
The chain. But now, after pushing forward with this pawn, this chain is broken, and the square, which is actually ideal for white's knight, has been blocked. The third option would be to block with a knight, but now black would just be very happy to capture this knight and actually, he's got rid of his worst placed piece. Black's bishop, the light squared bishop, would otherwise have been blocked in by its own pawn. So getting rid of it, trading it off, would be a good thing. So 3 options here for Wesley. So how will he deal with it?
How would you deal with it? Well, how did Ali Reza deal with this bishop move?
I actually didn't play this last bishop move. I played something else on the last turn.
Okay.
But here, if I were white, I would probably move the queen. I'm not sure where. Either to this square, attacking a pawn, or more likely just up 1 square. Just in order to kind of keep this line available to kind of connect my pawns. In an ideal world with white, imagine black makes a move. You want to kind of connect your pawns, and imagine black makes another move. Look at this pyramid. This is like the ideal scenario for white. But for black, meanwhile, if this happens, it's all about trying to fight back in the center. So you have to prepare this pawn break to explode things open. So you prepare it with moves such as rook across, and then you bring your knight out and later on.
So it's a really interesting position, because the most natural move on the board, which would probably be like blocking that attack with the knight, is a mistake, because like you said, then, you know, basically black has managed to swap off some pieces, and now you get to see that pawn break in the center. Okay.
He goes for it.
Okay, because I was looking at this and I was actually thinking, yes, this is a Grunfeld, but actually in terms of pawn structure, it's more like something like a Grunfeld Slav. You can kind of use the 2 ideas. And when I was playing similar kind of structure, I loved getting rid of that light squared bishop. So now we should see Anish without hesitation just capture.
Okay, he doesn't yet. I don't think that's running away, because you can still capture it in the next few moves. It's unlikely white will weaken his pawn structure. Anish Giri first challenges the head of the pawn chain. This is very instructive. If your opponent has some strong pawns, if you think your opponent has a really nice pawn formation, attack the head of it. If you can undermine the front pawn, then the rest of the pawn structure tends to collapse as well. So I would expect Wesley So to just push and try and support this pawn.
Yeah, a very, very instructive moment, because no, he doesn't. He supports it with putting his knight on the edge of the board.
Yeah, I'm not such a big fan of that one, but we will see. Anish Giri has the choice to push forward and gain some time against that knight. He doesn't really want to capture, though. You don't want to allow your opponent's knight onto an outpost where it can no longer ever be kicked away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very flexible approach by Anish Giri. I really just expected him just to abandon his strength on the left side of the board and just challenge immediately in the center. And instead we see that he actually wants to do both. Greedy guy.
He wants the world. He wants everything. Anish Giri. I think that bar will correct itself, but...
What is it about the bar today? It's like it's some new settings or something.
It's a hangover from St. Patrick's Day, maybe, that bar.
All right, I'm just going to try not to look too much on it, but it's so much fun.
Yeah, it is so much fun. OK, white now kicking back the black bishop. I should say, with Anish Giri's last move, the reason we said he wanted the world is because not only does he want to undermine this pawn, but with his last move, he wants to open up the centre. This knight retreat is kind of protecting this central square. That is why Anish Giri says, Wesley So says it's time to kick back this bishop, because I earlier mentioned the bishop really wants to drop back to where it came from, but now it no longer can. The knight gets in the way. So black's going to have to put his bishop on a very awkward square, or the move that I expect Anish Giri wants to play is to ignore this bishop and counterattack. He wants to push a pawn in the centre, ignoring the attack against his bishop, because he creates an attack against the white piece. And suddenly it would be absolute chaos on the board. Every piece, every pawn still remaining, but
yeah, but look at the kings.
More ready.
Exactly. Look at the kings. I was going to make that point. White's king is in the centre. Black's king tucked away safely, and black has done something with the dark square bishop, which we call the fianchetto. When you see that pawn formation and that bishop on the longest diagonal possible, we call that fianchetto, and that is the dream for the bishop. And yeah, that pawn break is just magnificent. I mean, I love Anish's position.
Yeah, I think this is the key move now to find this pawn push. You have to open up your fianchettoed bishop. Otherwise, the bishop's just blocked, it's blunted, and your whole position doesn't make sense. So Anish Giri, he has to take the opportunity to do this before it's too late.
Have they actually traded off any pieces yet? No.
Nope.
No. That's fun.
It's coming, Kaya.
Oh, it's coming. Well, we know it is. We do know Wesley, so we call him Wesley Solid. Is that Anish Giri's style as well? Solid? They say he's almost unbeatable.
No, he's like an entertainer. He likes his dynamic positions. You know, if you challenge him in the opening, he will always take one of the sharpest lines. He's certainly not as solid as Wesley. Wesley's all about the control and the attack, and Anish, on the other hand, is all about generating as much play as possible. He's, yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say Anish Giri's too dynamic, but he'll play the position. So if the position requires dynamism, he won't be afraid to embrace that. If the position requires a slow, steady positional approach, he won't be afraid to go for that as well. The reason I think he was regarded as so solid in the past is because he built up these incredible positions, but his killer instinct just wasn't there. So it would always fizzle out towards a draw. Like he had, for example, one candidates tournament a few years ago where he drew all of his 14 games. No wins, no losses. And that's where he started gained that reputation for making draws.
But it was a bit unfair.
It was unfair.
Totally unfair, because he was winning in a lot of games.
He was winning at least 5 or 6 of those games. But
he played energetically. It's not like he set out to kind of play symmetrical chess. No, that never happened.
We talk about solid as if it's something negative.
No,
it's not.
I would pay a lot of money to become more solid.
What are you known for, David?
Boring.
No.
My players evolved. I used to be very aggressive when I was young. I thought the only way to win a chess game was to attack the opponent's king, but the older I've got, the more it's about long-term things. I play a lot of long games.
He plays very crafty. You know, when I found him, you know, he plays, you know, always on like the first 3 rows of chess, and then before you know it, he's come at you. Like this, a little bit spider-like.
Yeah, at the right time.
I'm a trickster. Okay, so meanwhile, Anish Giri, he did actually give up a pawn, but look in a moment at that Fian-Ketoed bishop that we mentioned, Black's dark squared bishop. It's going to become a monster. Anish Giri, I think, rightly giving up a pawn in order to activate his bishop. Notice that White's dark square bishop has been traded off in the meantime. So Black is going to control the dark squares for the rest of the game. Although he's a pawn down, that should be sufficient compensation. Wesley, so I mean, okay, he's impressive in all facets of the game, but I do think sometimes he prefers being greedy and grabbing a pawn and clinging onto it. Usually that works out for him, but in a situation like this, it could backfire if Anish Giri can play energetically enough to justify that pawn deficit.
And the shape isn't. Do you think Wesley So is very upset he's not playing the candidates?
I mean, that's nothing he has control over. You know, it's done. It's kind of, he dealt with that a long time ago. So I don't think he's that fussed now. And he's young, you know, and he's going to get his next chance in the next cycle. So absolutely.
Yeah, his only candidates tournament came in Berlin in 2018, Wesley So, and he actually, I think he finished either bottom or second from bottom of the table. He really struggled. He lost his first 2 games there and then just never recovered. And yeah, in the last cycle, I think he did quite well in the World Cup. He got very close to qualifying through the World Cup for the candidates, but got knocked out. And he'll have chances in future.
Yeah, I mean, he's had lots of time to recover from that kind of, because I think it would be a lot more sore if, like, immediately after the World Cup there was the candidates tournament, and he'll think, oh, I came so close. But okay, he's had a lot of time and a lot of chances on the online world.
Yeah. Well, the situation is just so special with the candidates being started last year, and then, you know, waiting an entire year before they can finish it. So obviously things will change up in the chess world, and other players will be in form, and some other people will come up to the top. So it is a very special situation, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, even before the pandemic arrived, there was already a bit of shake-up in the chess world. We saw the older players like Kramnik retiring, Anand maybe slightly older now, Topalov slightly older now. Some players who were just dominating the top 10, they're maybe stepping away. So there's room for these guys to kind of make their mark and challenge for the world title. And they are really seizing that opportunity. I mean, these two especially, you can't fault them for their work ethic. They are the most dedicated professionals of their generation. These two, the amount they work on openings, the amount they know about chess in general, it's wonderful. Anish Giri there, it's as if the move happened on the board, but his hands were on his head. That was maybe he made the piece move with his mind. That's impressive. Okay, the Black Queen retreating. Black's Queen actually now eyeing up a pawn on the same line. White has one big weakness right now, and that Black Queen is eyeing it up. I mean, I know the computer slightly prefers White here, Jovanka, but what would you say about Black's compensation here for the pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I like Black's compensation for the pawn. I mean, what can I say? I mean, I think the extra pawn is what we call backward pawn. It's not difficult it's not easy for that pawn to advance, and I just think that once Anish finds the right way to develop the remainder of his pieces, then it will be a very pleasant game. I can just see all those squares, or the light squares, that are available for Anish. So absolutely, I like it. I mean, the only thing that I don't like is sometimes when you sacrifice a pawn, you feel this psychological pressure that you have to regain it, and you can only relax when you know you kind of like you've got something concrete for it, you've got some material back, or you've got such an overwhelming position that you're like, okay, finally, I've done it. That's the only kind of thing. But I don't think Anish suffers from that kind of stuff. The only thing that I've seen a very slight weakness is that he has this urge for simplicity. And we saw him almost defeat Magnus, but then he kind of steered the game to something a little bit simple. Yeah,
that's maybe one small area of Anish Giri's game that he needs to work on, or that I think he has been working on.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, he does go after White's extra pawn. So the queen and rook, the black queen and rook now lined up against the same pawn. Anish Giri threatening to restore material balance. If he does win the pawn back in this scenario, I think it will start to favour black, because black's dark square bishop just so good and unrivaled for the rest of the game. I think that will be the key piece.
And I will mention the fourth game with Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi has now also started. So we will, of course, head to that as soon as this is finished. They're starting, well, like 15 minutes after this game, I think. So hopefully we'll have time for both the decision in this one. The winner will be the winner of this match. And Magnus Carlsen, he has to win that final game to tie the match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, gripping stuff, as Moses David says in the tweet.
Moses David.
Meanwhile, and Wesley So is the one thinking a bit below on the clock. I would say this position, despite White having an extra pawn, is actually more difficult for White to play because you are on the back foot. You have to do the defending. You have to worry about the opponent's bishops.
Let's put ourselves in Wesley's shoes, and what would you do? Would you hold on to the pawn for dear life? I think I would be tempted to do that because I like my little guys.
Yeah, if we bring up the board, we can see black has one big threat in the position. That is to play queen takes pawn.
Yes.
That queen would be protected by the black rook, and black would be doing great if he wins the pawn back. So Wesley So has stepped forward with the rook, protecting this pawn. I expect an instant reply by Anish Giri to attack this rook, bring the bishop out, attack it. The rook has to shuffle across, and now one idea, it's not forced necessarily, but one idea could be to play bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, and now, either you can develop your knight, or first you can kick back the white knight, and suddenly you have a choice. Do you capture this guy? Do you bring your knight out to try and capture this guy? Either way, white has at least two weak pawns here, and I think black has perfect compensation. Opposite colour bishops, you still have to be a bit careful of white trying to initiate an attack, for example, but long term it feels like this bishop is better than its counterpart.
I can give the answer what I would do, David.
What would you do?
I capture the pawn.
You capture the pawn in this position?
Yeah, give it back.
Greed is good. Makes sense.
Do we have another record in the world, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour? The first time.
Wow.
All the air things, monitor devising things are green. Perfect air quality for Wesley So.
Yeah, that is impressive. But Wesley has normally had very good air quality. It's been Anish, the one who is always struggling with his air quality, and he has to open windows, kick people out of the room.
It's not too bad for Anish, but slightly warm and slightly too much CO2.
957. Yeah, 1,000 is the magic number, and
So maybe this is, probably this is one of the successes behind Wesley So's results in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Just fresh and clean air wherever it is.
I mean, it definitely helps. You know, when I used to play in over-the-board tournaments, but it really does impact if the air is really stuffy. Yeah. I mean, you cannot concentrate, and it's just horrible. It's a very horrible experience. So definitely to have an air things device that monitors the air quality. I have one of, not the mini, but I have the bigger version. And it's great just to kind of wave my hand over it and find out whether my air quality is good. Yeah.
And I love the image of Anish Giri here. He is so deep into calculation, basically.
Yep, he's just trying to plan ahead. That variation we highlighted is actually a very forcing variation. Black making an attack, white reacting, black capturing, white recapturing, then making another attack. It's all very direct moves. So that's why Anish Giri was so deep in concentration. He was looking ahead. And it is possible to look ahead in these types of scenarios. For everyone at home who's maybe a bit new to chess, that's the first thing you should look for in every position. Creating those threats, those checks, those captures, because it's just easier to work out longer variations if all of your opponent's moves are forced.
How long variations? How
Don't
long
look
are
too
we
deep.
talking?
Only 2 or 3 moves sometimes, some for each side. But just think about your threat, how your opponent reacts, and then maybe the follow-up. Sometimes that's all. I mean, I think 95% of the time that's all we need in positions. Just look for the next 2 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a myth that grandmasters see 10 moves ahead. That nearly never happens unless it's a very simple pawn race.
Wow.
That's definitely a myth. Grandmasters, we just know where to look a bit quicker. That's the difference.
And I would train a little bit on like making sure that maybe 3-4 moves in. I think that's the kind of the maximum that you want to go. That you actually have a very clear vision of the board. So you practice on that, and what you have to do is you have to stop and assess. You go say, well, actually, am I better in this position? Because sometimes you're not. Sometimes you get very excited that you see a possibility, and you just don't even think about the consequences of it. And I agree with David. It's very, very rare that everyone is calculating 10, 20 moves ahead. That doesn't happen, although we like to encourage the stereotype.
Exactly. 100 moves ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I've
got every continuation worked out. No, it doesn't happen like that. But it's just, you do have to remember the assessments. Like, am I better here? And for that, you just kind of compare your pieces, and you always have to kind of protect your king. If your king is a little bit unsafe, then you've got to be on edge all the time.
I actually loved, I know Magnus did an interview with Sal Khan from the Khan Academy that we had in the Magnus Carlsen Celebrity Charity Chess Challenge the other day. We're actually going to have another one of those in a few days, so look forward to that. But he did say in that interview, so Sal asked him, so I have a stupid question, Magnus, but is it basically when you're playing chess, okay, I make this move, he makes this move, okay, then I will make this move, and then he will make this move, and I will make this move. And Magnus said, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's calculation.
Yes.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Exactly. It's as if you go into the position, you see your move, your opponent's reply, then you go out of the position and you assess it. That's all you need to do. Yeah. You go in, you think, okay, this looks pretty good for me. I have my chances here, my king's safe, and that's all you need to do.
Yeah. But you don't need to do it all the time, I have to say. I mean, often what you'll do is you'll kind of limit those kind of type of thinking to certain positions where there is lots of forcing moves. By forcing moves, it's always the checks, the captures, and the attacks. Once you've made your list of those, and then you have to start working them out. But if there are none of those on the board, then you just look at your pieces and you kind of come up with a little plan, a little one, and it's never a big one, like, oh, I'm going to go for checkmate in 55 minutes. No. You're just like, okay, I'm just going to improve my worst place piece. And, one of the things that my latest coach is kind of like really drumming into me is that you've got to play chess in such a way that you don't have to be a genius to figure everything out. Try to be practical, he says. And we're training a lot on that. And that can just be
less genius.
Right. But this just involves things like improving your worst place piece, using every single one of your pieces, just looking at what your opponent is doing and just thinking, okay, I'm going to stop that. And do I want to go into those kind of complications? Maybe, maybe not. How clever do I have to be to get out of those complications if I do go into them? And if the answer is not very, we're in. So, I mean, it's just a very, very practical kind of chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for rapid and blitz chess, like the quick forms of chess. I mean, a lot of the viewers, they'll be playing online. And if you're playing online, then you have to keep things simple. You just simply don't have enough time to analyse 3 or 4 different potential moves. You just have to choose the one where you know you can keep control, where you can kind of stop your opponent's threats. That's all that's required.
So when you're in like a deep think and the clock is ticking and you're frustrated, then just sit back and think, don't be a genius.
Exactly.
If I do this, he do this, I do that. Okay.
Self-awareness, that's far more important than having deep calculation, I think. Just knowing the strengths of your position, knowing your own personal strengths, knowing what types of positions you like.
All right. Well, is that what these two players are doing? So Wesley So now he is thinking for a little bit longer time. Should he sit back and think, don't be a genius?
Yeah, I think if he drops below that 5-minute mark, he will have to pull himself out and think, okay, it's best to be practical. Let's just play a good enough move, but quickly. And okay, in the end, he ends up supporting his pawn. We mentioned this was an idea earlier, just to secure one of White's most important pawns. Very natural move. I'm surprised he didn't play it quicker. Now it's Anish Giri's turn to look for counterplay. Black still 1 pawn down, but White's position is full of weaknesses. So Anish Giri's going to be trying to home in on one of those to get that pawn back.
So we know the situation. The winner will be the winner of the first match. A draw means they draw the first match. So can we see from their playing that they both really, really want to win the first match and head into the second match with with a little more.
What's kind of interesting is that both of them are actually being super objective. They're both playing by the needs of the position. They're not really thinking about the match situation. Anish is down a pawn, and so he knows in order to not just be down a pawn for nothing, that he has to mobilize all his pieces. And you can see that's why he's moved his knight. And now the knight is threatening to jump into the middle of the board and make that knight into one of those coveted creatures that we call octo knights. And Wesley, on the other hand, he knows that he's a pawn up, therefore he has to control Anish's initiative. He needs to control every single piece he is, and that's
initiative.
Ah, very good.
I like it.
I'm really bad with puns, so I need to learn from you two.
I'm bad as well, so I just heard one that I had, and I was like, okay, I'm going to just get it out there.
Yeah, and Wesley So tries to control that initiative by bringing his knight back. And the reason is he had to control this square. If he had got greedy and played pawn takes pawn, for example, Black's knight would have dropped in with a fork, attacking the queen and attacking the rook. Knights in the centre of the board just cannot be tolerated. That is why the white knight dropped back to control this key square. But now Anish can simply play pawn takes pawn, recapture, and he can consider taking this pawn himself, or he can activate his final piece, bring this rook to the open line, or even bring it to the centre to support a later pawn push. I think Anish Giri has a fantastic position right now. White's pieces just look very clumsy, especially this rook over here, kind of hitting against a very solid pawn, just doing a purely defensive job. And if you look at White's king as well, it's on the dark squares. It will be weak for the rest of the game. I still think this is the key piece. It's not really showing its potential right now, but that doesn't mean that the potential isn't there. So, OK, this is the current position. I expect Anish Giri... Oh, whoops. Sorry, me and my arrows. I expect Anish Giri to just move his rook across, either here or across the whole way. Maybe a small trap in the position. If he gets greedy, Anish, and captures this pawn, then this could rebound. White would capture in the centre, unleashing an attack against the black queen. And if the queen sidesteps, takes this knight, pin and win. The queen is attacked, and it cannot move because the king behind it would be under fire. So one idea to avoid, but the fact that Anish Giri paused for thought means that he saw this, and therefore he does improve his rook. All of Black's pieces pretty much perfectly placed right now.
Yeah, definitely. And he's lining up that rook. I mean, one thing that I would be thinking of if I were Black would be just simply to advance my pawn and just to explode open the position at the right time. And also, perhaps at the right time, maybe even jumping in with my knight. Everything depends on the position itself. But yeah, I mean, Wesley has so many weak pawns. He has the backward pawn in the middle of the board, but it's also his pawn that's on the dark square that can actually, is all alone. And I think that's something that Anish can even actually retreat the knight if needed. And try to win that pawn. I'm obsessed with winning pawns. I want to win. Exactly, I just want to win that pawn. Okay, wow.
Oh, I think we have a huge blunder by Wesley. So I think Anish Giri has a winning move right now. Okay, he didn't actually...
He played it very quickly, didn't he?
He reacted immediately. I mean, he played a good move, but not the best move. And Anish Giri still in control, but not...
But it was just to move the bishop to one side. You know, there were consequences.
Yeah.
Is he realising it? Nope.
Okay, he's in this moment now, and he had a winning move on the last turn. I think we have to bring up the analysis board to show that winning move that Anish Giri missed, because the idea might occur later as well. So after white pushed this pawn forward, as Jovanka mentions, there's consequences. Suddenly, this diagonal for the bishop is the key one. Suddenly, black is just going to play bishop takes pawn next, and black is completely winning. For example, if white just captures here, black will take this pawn, protected by the queen, and after a lot of trades, we see black emerge with an extra bishop for rook. This is just a decisive advantage. It's game over. But Anish Giri, he missed this. Instead, he automatically captured this pawn. He spent less than 5 seconds, and now...
It was almost back instant, in the game, right? I mean, he just played that move, and I did notice whenever I make mistakes, I tend to just get overexcited and just capture a pawn. And what a golden opportunity. Okay,
but the computer still loves Anish Giri's position.
Yeah. It's still good, but not immediately winning, at least.
Okay.
Black still wants to get this idea, but at the moment, this bishop is pinned. It cannot move due to this line. So I think the wisest, the most practical and simple option is to just sidestep the king out of the eye line of that white rook. And after rook takes pawn, you again have this idea. But the problem is for Anish, if he didn't see this idea the first time, will he see it the second time?
I think it will. I think it's a lot more... I don't know. I mean, I thought it was pretty obvious the first time, but then, you know, I'm a spectator. I see... They always say that the spectator sees everything. And, OK, so some changes have happened, actually, because Anish has jumped in with his knight into the middle of the board, and there's been a few trades.
Yeah, a good move, but again, not the best one. And he's narrowing his margin for error, Anish Giri. He's traded off a set of pieces. White's knight was just doing a purely defensive job, controlling a central square. Why trade off that piece? It was a passive piece. Anish Giri, he's maybe heading towards that, that kind of small kind of weakness in his game that we were talking about. He's heading for simplicity. He wants to keep full control instead of maybe looking to play on the front foot and attack. He's playing the long game, aiming for long-term weaknesses. He's aiming to pick off Wesley's pawns eventually, but he should have been going for short-term goals, short-term gains, and going for the white pawns with no hesitation. Instead, now, if all the queens come off, if the queens come off and all the rooks come off, it will just be a draw, most likely. So Anish Giri, he has to start being a bit more accurate than he has been.
And no sign on either player. Not that there's no sign on Wesley that he's seen he made a blunder. No sign on Anish. Yeah. He's seen he didn't find the best move.
I'm surprised because some blunders, they're difficult to see. You need to see very far ahead. But that was, I think, pretty obvious. And the players, they will not be happy that they missed that one. It was just a one-move idea, essentially, for black. I can see why Wesley didn't spot it. He was just trying to complicate things. But for Anish Giri, with quite a lot of time still on his clock earlier, yeah, he'll be disappointed if he realises later on what he's missed.
Is that the situation that probably we wouldn't have if this was the first game of the day? Mm-hmm. They would be fresh, they would be ready. Much more likely they would have seen it.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know. I think it was more to do with the speed that Anish played. I mean, he was maybe surprised by the move, and then just instantly the hand moved itself to the mouse and made its move because... Yeah. I'm not... It sounds a bit ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous, but it happens all the time. You get super excited and then you're like, oh, I should have done that.
And remember, you've got to take the opponent into consideration and the psychology. You just don't expect someone to blunder. Yeah. I mean, Wesley So, I mean, I would be surprised if he's blundered more than 2 or 3 times this whole tournament. And for him to blunder suddenly like that in a very tense situation, Anish Giri, he wouldn't have expected it. Therefore, he wasn't looking for the refutation of the blunder. And, OK, meanwhile, we should still mention that black is doing well. Black has the better position. White's pawns are weak, especially those white pawns on dark squares. Those will drop off eventually, but...
No, I mean, it's certainly still a thrilling game, especially with the presence of the opposite colour bishops, because, you know, Anish's king, well, that's got no pawn cover, and when that's kind of the situation, you want to go for the attack. So things are heating up, and we certainly would like it if everyone at home joined in the conversation, joined in the fun. You can do this by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and can't say it enough. We love having pictures, so keep those pictures coming. We absolutely adore them, and we'll feature them on the show.
Yeah, so Yeah, I can't wait to see some of those pictures. But meanwhile, Wesley So is trying to attack. He realises that long-term, White is doomed. White simply has too many weaknesses. Black's dark squared bishop will pick off those weaknesses later on in the game. But that's why Wesley So, if long-term factors don't favour you, go for the short-term factors, go for the attack. Wesley So shuffling his queen across. That's why Anish Giri sidestepped with his own queen, the black queen. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see why that happened. I think this is a tip for everyone at home. If you know that you're doomed long-term, if your piece is down, if you've got bad pawns, bad pieces, go for the attack. Wesley So, with his last move, trying to bring his queen here, combine it with the bishop and give checkmate. Anish Giri stopped that by bringing the black queen across. Wow, Wesley So really going for the attack. But is this a mistake? I think another blunder by Wesley So. Look at this. The black pieces
they'll line up
down. Everything's coming down this line.
Exactly.
Let's go back to the players. Anish Giri has found the winning move. Wesley So, will he react? Will he realise he's blundered? Black's pieces, look at them. The rooks and the black queen, they're all lined up perfectly. All Anish Giri needs to do is make sure he captures the white bishop at the right time. You can't capture it yet, but the white bishop is now trapped. It will never be able to run away.
Can you do this by radical means? By radical means, I mean like forcing moves. Is there anything concrete in the position? Okay, he's kind of like stepped the king to the side, like it, because then that gives exactly, because then the bishop can move. Okay, and wow, what is to stop?
A really interesting idea there from Wesley So. There's a trick in the position. If Black plays queen takes bishop now, White's queen will go up and capture the black bishop, giving checkmate. Anish Giri avoids the trap. He just steps aside with his queen, and now Wesley So is just busted. Like, there's nothing to do. Black's king is perfectly safe, and suddenly, we don't see it yet, but White's king will become the target. Currently, White has the problem of dealing with his bishop. White's bishop is almost trapped. And, OK, the bishop has to retreat. Anish Giri, if he's accurate, he still needs to be careful, but that move I mentioned earlier on, the winning move several moves ago, a dozen moves ago by now, bringing that black bishop to the corner, get that black bishop out of the line of White's queen and rook. There we go. Anish Giri plays it. All of his pieces are perfectly placed. White has no threats at all. White's pieces are just tied up, and sooner or later, Black can just start activating his queen, and that will signal the end of the game. Wesley So is paralysed. He can barely find a move right now.
No reaction still from the players, but there's no doubt they are seeing this now. Anish Giri will win this game if he plays, you know, the best moves. Or
definitely.
Even the best moves.
I think as long as he doesn't fall into a trap, I think any move should be fine now, apart from maybe allowing an accidental checkmate or...
It's easy to do. And David, I was like playing out some moves and I was like, oops, checkmate there. So he definitely does need to be careful. But OK, I mean...
It seems Wesley So is feeling the heat here, you know? He seems uncomfortable in his chair right now.
Maybe it's only kind of settling in now, that realisation that that his pieces are just... I mean, his position's about to fall apart. It's as if White's pieces, they're just stretched to the limit. They're all kind of boxed together. Usually this kind of setup for White, it looks nice, it looks active, but the problem is, on the dark squares, White is going to fall apart. If you look at White's two dark squared pawns as well, in the centre of the board, those are going to be targets. White's bishop is lined up, pinned, and unable to move. Those black rooks are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's just about the lack of mobility, isn't it? I mean, I don't think there's anything concrete, so to speak, as in like black can win the bishop, but certainly pawns will start dropping, and then that's it. It's just going to be big problems for Wesley, and it's somewhat unexpected, I have to say.
Yeah.
But I have to say that the original Chess24 poll of Instagram users, they did say that 53% of users actually thought that that it would be Anish who came out victorious, and I thought it would be Wesley.
Yeah, I thought it would be very close. So, OK, Anish Giri, we will see in a moment why Black is winning. I'm pretty sure we'll see Anish Giri play queen takes pawn. Black's queen is now the only piece which can really move, but it's the most powerful piece. It's going to start doing the hard work. If Black plays queen takes pawn right now, I think Wesley So, I mean, he's got a resignable position. Everything's just going to fall like that pack of cards, like the dominoes. As soon as that pawn falls, another pawn will fall. White's king will become weak. it's just all going to spiral out of control.
So we are... Oh,
Okay.
he doesn't.
He doesn't take the pawn, but similar. He's
Okay.
just less greedy way. He's not as materialistic as me. So black's queen attacking the white bishop, and black's queen also... It's got the idea of dropping down to the corner of the board, giving check to the white king from the bottom rank. Wesley So can't deal with all of these threats. Really nice move, actually, by Nishgiri. Even more instructive than my idea. That's why he's playing, not me.
So we could just... it's difficult to come up with a move. I was like, okay, well, what happens if Wesley just simply defends the bishop? And I'm like, well, problems happen, right?
Yeah.
Big problems. Okay, I think the first one would be, so if white does try to defend the bishop, just say by advancing the rook,
If
then
he brings the rook up,
exactly, then
then
you lose on the spot to queen
check. Check at the bottom of the board. The rook has to step back, and then bishop takes pawn.
Exactly.
Check. The king has to sidestep and checkmate. And this is just game over. So white's position is just stretched. The problem is this bishop, this pawn, everything's weak, and the king will be weak. Let's go back to Wesley. So can he find a move with only 20 seconds now on the clock? We can't see a move.
Desperately looking for a move that will save the game for him. It's looking hard for Wesley So, and if he loses this, he will also lose.
Okay, he stepped back with the rook. Okay, but...
I think black can simply capture the white bishop right now.
Right.
There's a key idea. That bishop disappears. White has to play rook takes right now, and black can just capture...
With the rook.
Yeah, capture that rook back with his own rook. Now, the problem for white is if white plays rook takes bishop, black will drop his queen to the corner and checkmate. Wesley So resigns.
He resigns. Anish Giri is the winner of the first semi-final match between these two. I'm not saying it was a prize, but it is extremely impressive by Anish Giri. He is playing his first semi-final in the knockout stage, and here he is winning the first match.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely impressive by Anish, especially because he lost his first game and then he managed to do a comeback. And as you saw, beautiful, beautiful play by Anish, sacrificing a pawn, model stuff. And, we have to check out this game between Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen.
Heading right into it. So we do know Magnus Carlsen, he has to win this game to save the match, to tie the match. And how is it looking for the world champion?
I mean, it's looking decent for the world champion, but not quite winning. The first thing, I had to do a bit of a double take when I looked at this position is, look at those white pawns in the centre of the board. Tripled pawns. You nearly never see that. Sometimes it's jokingly referred to as the Irish pawn centre. I'm not sure why, but those tripled pawns are extremely weak. The problem for black right now is that his queen is passive. The black queen can't really get active and join the black knight in the action. If black's queen could suddenly kind of magically relocate itself, black would be completely winning. But currently, those white pawns are the target. White is currently a pawn up, though, we should mention. But those pawns are so weak that that extra pawn just doesn't make a difference. The issue for Magnus is if the queens disappear from the board, because everything's all on one side, everything's on that right side, the game might fizzle out towards a draw. So, it looks like Nepomniachtchi's still got things under control, but Magnus, he needs to find some tricks, find a way to get Nepomniachtchi out of his comfort zone, and look at the clock times as well.
I was going to say, Nepomniachtchi has over 10 minutes, Magnus 3 minutes. Magnus will need to dig deep and find some resources to try to get that clutch win.
Okay, he brings his queen forward. I'm not such a big fan of that move, that last move by Magnus Carlsen. I think the bar will recorrect itself. That was not a huge mistake, but now the black knight gets kicked back to a terrible square. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see just here, maybe Magnus, after kicking the white queen back, maybe Magnus missed an opportunity. I think it's because of his time situation. If he had more time, he would have found the fact that he could trade rooks and, at least offer to trade rooks. And if this happens, then once the black knight gets kicked back, it can actually capture a pawn in the centre. And although maybe with best play, this is a draw, queen and knight should outmatch the white queen and bishop. Also, two huge weaknesses in white's camp. Magnus, instead, in the game, has had to retreat his knight. This knight attacked, and this time it couldn't capture a pawn because it's defended by white's queen. So the knight has to drop back. Knights on the rim are dim. Knights on the side of the board. I mean, this knight it's just a terrible piece.
That's true, but I have to say, Mr. Dodgy's tweet does sum up the situation for Magnus. Don't panic, Magnus. The emergency truck is on its way, and there it is
with noodles.
with a bit of
That's
noodles.
fantastic. All right, we are right now joined by one player who has already won day one. Anish Giri, congratulations on a huge ending to the day with 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I mean, it's very nice, but of course the main battle is going to be tomorrow.
All right.
Which is something I was sort of telling myself after the first game with enthusiasm, but now, now it's, of course, with the time leading, it's less good, but still, yeah.
But, I mean, losing that first game against a so solid player like Wesley, so how are you able to make that comeback today?
Yeah, that was a very dumb game, and I don't know, I think I got... I got the playable position in the white game, in the second white game, though I don't think it was really good, but it was not easy for him because he wanted to clarify the situation, while probably he has to play for advantage, and it's difficult to play for advantage when draw is good. So he was probably hesitant there because it's clear that he has to, my king is a little bit weak there somewhere. He has to start attacking himself. But he was playing a bit shy, and then as he played it too slowly, I took over. And in the last game, I think I was in some serious, I don't know, serious or not, but I was not really playing for a win for a long time, and then things just turned around very quickly.
Well, have you actually seen the game? Because I think it was move 25.
My own game, you mean? I've seen my own game.
Yeah. No, really? But have you looked over it? Because in move 25, he made a blunder, and you had a winning move.
Last one or not?
Yeah, in the last game.
I think after he played f5, bishop h6 immediately was...
Wins on the spot. Yeah, the thing is, f5 is so bad. It is so bad in so many ways that I just... I saw I can take it for nothing, and I just took it. I didn't even look for more. I have even more, yeah. No, f5 is just... Even just what I did is good for me. But of course, this wins on the spot. Yeah, f5 was a panic, probably. Just panic.
But then Wesley, so he made another blunder in this game. How surprising is that in one game to see him blunder 2 times?
Well, to be very honest, at this point, I think it's not really I wouldn't call it a blunder. It's more of a panic. I think he realized that things are getting out of control. He thought it's going to be a safe game, and now he saw that things are getting tricky. I also have winning chances. And then it was just panic. The f5 was a panic. And then, to be honest, after that, it was very hard to play. I don't think it was anymore really a blunder or anything. It was just hard to defend with no time on the clock, and pretty bad position from a human standpoint.
And now we are looking at the final game with Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know if you know the situation, but Magnus has to win this game to tie the first match. So what's your take on what's happening on the board here?
No, I was thinking it's really, really unfortunate if you have to play Magnus for the third place. I mean, it's not the kind of match you want to be in. But obviously he's going to try, but there is some potential if the knight is to reroute somehow. But honestly speaking, it's a very, 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 very long way to go at this point.
Yeah, Anish, earlier I did mention that Wesley So, when he took that draw with the white pieces in the second game, he kind of forced a draw with a known line. Do you think the chess gods came back to haunt him? Did they punish him for that?
No, they don't exist, David. Believe me.
I'm a believer. You can't tell me this.
I'm too long in this chess business. I know that chess gods. I mean, I wouldn't make a general statement in terms of religion and atheism. But when it comes to chess religion, the chess gods, they don't exist. I've seen so many people get away with so many chess crimes, and I've also seen some generous, tremendous karmatic play and not getting rewarded. So this chess is all nonsense. Forget it. It's just about who's getting lucky in the end.
All right, so
I'm going to go rethink all my all my life choices now.
Yeah, right. Well, Anish, does that mean that you're going to challenge the non-existing chess gods tomorrow and just go for super solid, the quick draws and head to the finals?
It's a bit like I don't believe chess gods exist, but what if they do? So I'm not going to tell them. Okay?
That's what I thought.
Better safe than sorry.
So
meanwhile, Magnus, I think, is not going to have any chances in this game at this point.
Ooh,
I think
that's interesting.
Jan, his queen is a little bit caught out, so I think Jan is managing this one.
All right, so maybe it will be on Nepomniachtchi if you also then head to the finals. We'll see tomorrow.
It's really too early to speak. As I said already after the first day with MVL, I think most of the stuff's gonna be the second day, most fun, and everything will be decided then.
So finally then, Anish, what will it be about for you tomorrow? Will you just keep on doing what you've done, especially in the 2 last games here?
Yeah, I hope he will also keep on doing what he's done in the last 2 games. I mean, chess, it takes 2 to tango. And I don't think David has done any tango challenges yet. I saw some ice, but no tango, right?
Don't give them any ideas, Anish.
Okay, but just like it takes 2 to tango, it also takes 2 to play chess. And it's really, I have to play well. And I have to hope for, that he gives me chances.
All right. Well, best of luck tomorrow, Anish.
Oh, no.
Yes, that's true. This was before the show today.
Today? Wow. You see, I'm like a visionary. I saw this tango.
I didn't know they were recording.
Mr. Fred Astaire, yes.
It's getting worse by the day.
I have to say your producer is a very naughty man.
Agreed.
Fantastic. Anish, thank you for joining us. Good luck tomorrow. I love that they brought that up, David. You got the moves. You not only on the chessboard, you got the moves in dancing as well. All right. I think we have to head into this game. Anish is saying
definitely
there's no hope for Magnus.
Yeah, it's looking difficult because all the pawns are on one side of the board. And although knights are better in such situations, knights are better than bishops when players only on one flank. Remember, white is actually a pawn up because of those tripled pawns. And there's a margin for error. If the queens disappear, it's pretty much safe.
Yeah, but okay, Magnus is trying. I mean, certainly he's advanced his pawn to challenge and perhaps open. And there's still this kind of psychological pressure that Nepomniachtchi must be facing. I mean, it's certainly absolutely enjoyable to watch. And I have to say, I'm a bit envious of Silverhand, who says he's watching chess and drinking tea. I like it. And the next tweet from Jorge Burbano, he says, it's very cute, Kaya and David. And I think this is exactly what Magnus is hoping for. Made a blunder and he took my pawn. Yes, this is exactly what Magnus needs. He needs a blunder from Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly.
And I'm impressed by his fighting actually there, because that's a great chance.
Yep. He's creating some difficulty, at least something for Nepomniachtchi to consider here. There are maybe some small problems in the position for Nepomniachtchi to deal with, short term at least. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see Black's last move is just trying to open up things. The key is getting this knight into the game. Currently, it's on the rim. It's not doing much. It's offside. But if white gets careless and just allows a trade here, you could definitely imagine the Black Knight jumping into the game, giving check, and all these pawns would start to fall immediately. Okay, we have to catch up with the current position. We do see a bit of action here. Things have changed, but the problem is for Magnus, they haven't changed for the better necessarily. Yes, he's managed to get his queen active and make some checks, but as soon as he captures this pawn, as soon as he captures the white pawn, things will start dropping. Actually, it's white to play. Wow. Okay.
But he can't capture it. He can't capture that pawn. I mean, there is one sneaky trick in the position that if white does get...
Why can't white capture this knight right now? It's white to play.
Then yes.
Yeah, and I think this would actually force a draw from Nepomniachtchi. Yes, Black will give check with the queen and win this bishop back, but I think white can just simply guard these two pawns, one with his queen, the other one with his king.
Well, okay, there's been some developments, David, because he hasn't captured the knight.
Okay, he hasn't captured the knight, he's captured this pawn instead. So white has ideas of trying to make a new queen. This might just force Black to just give check with his queen and just give check forever, and it should be a draw.
And what happens if Magnus goes, fine, I'm going to try to go for your bishop?
Yep, white can try... Black can try
just the move on the board. So,
okay. So Black's going for this bishop with a check. The king will move. The king will move and another check. I expect the king to move again. And as soon as this happens, white will just take the remaining pawn, and this is an easy draw. Let's go back to the players. Even without white's two remaining pawns now, this is quite well known as a simple draw. The problem is, if the queens come off, Black doesn't have enough material to checkmate. and white can bully the black pieces just by offering that queen trade all the time.
All right, so no hope for Magnus, basically?
Nope, unfortunately not. The white king will just move out of check. The black queen and knight, if they can combine somehow to give checkmate, then that would be ideal. But white's king will never get checkmated here. It's nice and free. It's got plenty of safe squares. And
yeah. I mean, after a promising first 2 games by Magnus, I mean, it all came down to that critical third game. And here, I agree, you know, absolutely nothing to be done except give checks until the end of time. And, well, OK, Magnus
just
has
a
new...
check out the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And, down to, I mean, that first game as well, where he really was looking like he could win the game.
And remember, that was a queen endgame, and it looks like this queen endgame as well. With minor pieces on the board, they have gone quite well for Nepomniachtchi. I've actually noticed a trend in the past. Nepomniachtchi, he's very good at endgames with queens remaining. And, OK, here, Magnus, he does save the black knight, but now Nepomniachtchi, he's using that bullying technique. He's trying to force a trade of queens in order to oblige Magnus to take the draw with a series of checks. Actually, Magnus has to be slightly careful here not to lose it.
Yeah,
but, OK, I guess a loss is the same as a draw for him in this game.
Well, we have an interesting question from Max Curie, who asks us, now, it seems that there is a lot of parity at the top 10. Is this the closest it's been in the history of chess?
Ooh. Very good question.
A very good question, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, with so many players up there.
With so many players up there, yeah. I mean, there were times in the past where one player would be completely dominant. I guess Magnus is still dominant in the grand scheme of things. He's still winning world championships. He wins the important tournaments.
But at the top 10,
but the ratings and everything's bunching up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really unheard of. I mean, I can remember before in the past, it was always like two, 3 players who were fighting for those top spots.
OK, I think the players have agreed to a draw meanwhile. There was simply nothing left to play for. Black would have given checks.
OK, so Jan Nepomniachtchi's picture has frozen. I don't think he's sitting that still. Magnus is sitting there looking at this. No expression as he plays a draw, which basically means he loses this match.
Yep, he loses today's best-of-4 match at least. He has another chance to strike back tomorrow, but Magnus, he'll have to try something a bit different because Nepomniachtchi looked in great shape. He was never really troubled after that first game.
Well, a bad first day for Magnus, Jivek. Are you surprised we're not seeing any emotions from him? Because we usually do.
Right, but then, you know, we've always seen him win very convincingly the first day. I mean, this is the first time that he's playing the comeback role. So, yeah, totally unheard of. I mean, but I agree with you. Normally we see him not with so much emotion. Yesterday, after his victory, he just kind of looked a bit like disappointed with himself that he hadn't played the best chess. But OK, he has to shake things up. He needs to try something different. And, well, he's going to have to.
What a first day it has been in the semi-finals of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Let's take a look at the results. I'm not saying they're shocking, but I don't think we would have foreseen exactly this before we started. So Jan Nepomniachtchi winning game 3. He is also then the winner of the first match against Magnus Carlsen. If he's able to draw or even win the second match, then he will be in the finals. Magnus Carlsen, he has to win the match tomorrow to take it to tiebreaks. And then Anish Giri, after losing the first game against Wesley, so he's able to win 2 games in a row, and that means he's the winner of that match. And also Wesley, so he has to win tomorrow's match to take it to tiebreaks. Wow. Well, as I said, I'm not saying it's surprising for fantastic chess players, but I mean, would you have bet before today, David, that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri would be the ones looking like they're heading to the finals?
Wouldn't even have dreamt of betting on that one. I mean, if we just look at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour itself and just the previous 3 events, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, they've both got to the final twice. And here we have it, Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri, who've not quite been at that same level, winning their first matches of the semi-final.
All right, and we are now joined by Magnus Carlsen after day 1 in the semi-finals. And Magnus, we are saying, of course, we are surprised. We haven't seen you lose any day 1s in the knockout stage so far. So how are you feeling after this?
It's really frustrating because it feels like just a massive own goal in the second. In the third game. Because I mean, I had a great position from the opening, and I just spent too much time there later on, just choosing from a wealth of good options, really. And then I miscalculated something extremely simple, and after that, I started to lose the thread, and he outplayed me. So it feels like something that could have been very easily avoided. Also, what happened in the last game, which is, I mean, I equalized, but there was nothing much there at all. But then I felt like I was getting nowhere really, and suddenly I got this chance on
point,
move,
Magnus?
on move 50 or thereabouts, when he took on h5. Because if I go queen h3 check there, I think in practice it's pretty difficult defense. For instance, king f2, I give a check on h4, or h2 for that matter. H2 is just as good. And the thing is, whenever he goes to f1, I check on. I take on h5. I go to f3, and I'll take e3 with check. And my king's going to be active, and this ending is just horribly unpleasant for him. I guess holdable, but in practice, with his time ticking down, the thing is that before I went for this g5, I thought I calculated this to a draw, and I thought queen takes e3 was my only chance, hoping that he takes on h6, and then I can go take the bishop. Actually, that's not even close to working either, probably. But and then, I mean, I should have taken a little bit of time there to just double check these things, because basically in this situation, when you're down a game, in order to win with black, you have to play perfectly almost. You cannot let any chances go by, and that is, it's really annoying that I didn't that I didn't take that chance to keep the game going, because I think in that case we could have had a very different situation there. But overall, obviously he did well in the third game, but it feels extremely unnecessary to have lost the match today.
You mentioned that. I mean, sorry to bring it up. You mentioned that own goal in the third game, Magnus. Was there a key turning point? I guess that was the decisive game of the day.
No, the thing is, I had a number of opportunities to go knight c5 there, with a great position, really. And obviously I saw that, and I wanted more. What I'd missed was as simple as my thought was knight d6, cd6, bishop g2, and I thought for some reason I was considering knight c7 briefly. I just go b3, and that's more or less it. And so I somehow failed to consider that b3 was not possible on account of c3 after other options, because otherwise I'd never ever go for these positions, because contrary to contrary to the knight c5 positions, here the here the pawn on d6 covers important squares in c5 and e5, and the way it happens in the game, it looks extremely simple because in reality I've just made a very simple positional mistake, yeah, that's extremely disappointing because obviously I know that this move is in general wrong, but I thought somehow I was following it up with b3, and that was just really bad. Because like on any other previous moves, like any idiots could go knight c5 and just dominate the game, really. So overall, you shouldn't lose as white, and especially not in this manner.
So Magnus, a different situation for you in the knockout tomorrow than in a must-win situation to take it to tiebreak. So how are you going to attack that situation?
Yeah, the situation is completely new to me, actually, because normally in other the tournament, the format we had last year, well, I would need to win the match, but I wouldn't need to win it by full by full time. I could, yeah, I would have the safety net that I could still go 2-2 and win then. I have 2 white games, so there are chances there, but obviously I've put myself in a pretty bad situation.
All right, well, Magnus, we wish you the best of luck on a very exciting day tomorrow. Thanks for joining. And we are also joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi. First of all, Jan, congratulations on a huge day.
Thanks.
I know you've been sitting here and you've heard a little bit of Magnus analyzing the games. Did you make any thoughts about what he was saying?
Well, I guess he pointed out that knight takes d6 is a weird decision. Yeah, to me, like if you don't win the game on spot or something, yeah, you got to have a very big and firm reason to play like this. Because black's gonna get a good pawn structure after this move, yeah, and it's already like practically it's unclear, and of course it's like much more human to play knight c5, and I was very worried about this move. Yeah, what can I? Well, you know what can I do? This line is not that brilliant at all for black. It's like it's interesting in rapid, but it's of course not that brilliant. And clearly in between game 1 and game 3, Magnus or perhaps his team made, let's say, few corrections. They like changed the plan a little bit. Yeah. So the first game was just nothing for white, and game 3 was already something. Yeah. So probably I mixed up some lines from my side, but yeah. And anyway, it was fighting, and well, I was quite shocked by the bishop c3 move. Like he blundered the only active idea for black. I mean, okay, black is solid, but it's a little bit sad. You know. You never have a proper breakthrough, but after bishop c3, knight f4, I mean, I was calculating c3 all the time just to distract the bishop to play knight f4. But once he did it himself, okay, like, who am I to reject such a gift?
So, I mean, in the first game, you were basically able to defend in in a position that Magnus is an expert in. You defended great in that game, obviously winning in great fashion that third game. Playing great also in the fourth game here. So what are you most happy about today? I'm
not happy at all.
Why?
You know, it's only about the result, yeah? So the result is fine, but you know that my play was not shining at all. And it's, I mean, okay, so this knight f4 move, like, it's good that I have found it, but, you know, it's nothing brilliant at all. And I'm very sad about the first game when I was, like, slightly better out of the opening, and then, okay, I really wanted to play this on. But then at some point I lost the control, and actually at some point in a time scramble I was losing. But then okay, it ended up in a draw. But okay, yeah, like you're not gonna give like such chances out of nowhere in such a position. Yeah, okay, just let's say, trade pieces, make a calm draw, and play the next one. And also in the second game with White, I mixed up moves a little bit in the opening, but yeah, he came up with a really good novelty, and I decided, okay, like, probably there is nothing better than just to repeat moves. And the game 3, okay, like, I guess I had a nice move like Rook B8. I could play something like Queen C2, but I mean, I was like I didn't care that much about getting an advantage. I thought like, okay, I just trade all the pieces. Yeah, but in fact, in the end, position became quite tricky. Yeah, so I think this Bishop F3 was a necessary brilliancy. Just I would better play something like Queen E7 or H5 Bishop F3. So obviously it's a draw in many ways, but yeah, I'm type of a player who can create the problems for yourself out of nowhere. Yeah, so that's exactly what I have done. But in general, I think this is still a draw. Yeah, so it's like tiny H for black. Okay, it's unpleasant, but I think White can basically live with it.
Well, Jan, I have to say you're very strict with yourself after a day winning first day of semi-finals. So. Are you basically in great shape in this tournament and at the moment, a few weeks before the candidates, and just, being very strict with yourself with how you play?
Sorry, why do you say I'm so strict? Like,
are you?
No, are
you in great shape and a little bit strict with yourself?
Well, I mean, the result is fine, but I'm just realistic. So today is like the day I have nothing to proud of. Yeah, so perhaps. When we played, for example, last time some another tournament, and I had 2 winning positions in 4 games. Yeah, I think it was after I blundered a piece in the game 1. I think I was more satisfied with my play. Only was something wrong was with the technical part. But now, it was very fighting, very tense. So I'm happy I didn't lose, and I even managed to win. But indeed, I got to improve. So this is just being realistic, yeah. And as I guess Anish mentioned, since we are stuck here for 4 more days, we got to try to play on for to win this. Yeah, so this is the 3rd place match or the finals. This is inevitable. You cannot be knocked out completely. You got to play, and you got to play instead of making some fine training before the candidates.
That's true. Well, finally, you have forced Magnus into a must-win situation tomorrow if he's going to take it to tiebreak. So how are you going to attack the second day of semifinals?
I don't know. So as usual, I got to play well to pass through.
Well, good luck, Jan. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. I love it. I'm not happy about today.
Yeah, most people would be dancing on the tables if they beat the world champion, but not him. He has higher goals.
He has higher goals. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the winner of the first semi-final match against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And now we are joined by Simon Williams, Ginger GM, finally. How are you, Simon?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I enjoyed listening to that interview. It was, that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
You beat Magnus Carlsen and you're really upset. But I think all the top players are quite similar to this. They're such perfectionists. They really are critical of their own games. But I'm just wondering what's going to make him happy. Something's got to make him happy. But I understand his point of view, of course.
Yeah.
I thought he played great today.
So he didn't want to answer it himself when I asked him if he's basically in great shape now, just a few weeks before the candidates. But maybe you can answer it, Simon. Are we seeing? I know on the rating he's on his all-time peak. Is he maybe the best he's ever been?
Yeah, I think that's why he's being so critical, that he realises the big event coming up is the candidates. That's his chance to become world champion. And this is, in his eyes, in some way, a great warm-up for that. So every mistake he makes here, he wants to get them out of the way. From what I'm seeing, he seems to be in perfect shape, taking on Magnus Carlsen in sharp positions and, these complex positions, and being very confident. He was playing very quickly. He was confident in his own play. Being able to do that against the world champion must be a great indicator that he's one of the favourites to play for the world championships.
And in the other one, Anish Giri was able to win against Wesley. So I know it's from this game or this match, Simon, you have chosen today's learning point. So let's head into Simon's learning point.
Yeah, so we came to this one, and actually I've picked Anish's first game and his loss. This was quite surprising, actually, because after this game, I think the learning point we're really going to show here is more a psychological thing, because Anish, in some respects, didn't play that well in this game. We come to this position, he's got an okay position, nothing's going wrong here, and he suddenly plays knight 2 at f5. So he moves this knight into this square, and this just seems really peculiar, because of course the knight is attacking the rook, but it really forces Wesley's next move. That rook's got to move, and now the knight has moved away from protecting the pawn in the middle. Black can suddenly just take the pawn in the middle of the board, which he does. So he goes rook takes pawn, and I was wondering here, what is Anish's great idea? He must have something up his sleeve. So we have a couple of exchanges there in the middle of the board, and we can see more exchanges kind of happen, and all of a sudden Anish now goes knight takes h6, I think it was, after rook f1, and the queen moves, and I was like, right, there's still something magical here, I can't see it yet, what's Anish got? Oh, knight takes h6 check, and I was like, oh yeah, that's really clever, just having a lot of faith in Anish because he's an amazing player. But then I was looking at this, I was like, well, hang on a minute, what happens if we just take that knight? And Wesley just took the knight, and Anish resigned. And I'm like, oh, right, okay, Anish is human after all. These players are human. They do make mistakes. And that was really surprising to basically not a very high-level move. But I think what was most impressive was what Anish did in the games after that. A sequence like that would certainly depress me. But Anish then played brilliantly. And he won 2 of his next 3 games. So it's that bounce back ability which was incredibly impressive from this bad loss he had.
Yeah, I mean, Anish Giri definitely going back to being inhumanly great at this game. And how impressed are you with him being able to beat Wesley So in the first match, a player who's won 2 events in the Champions Chess Tour so far?
Yeah, I mean, these 2 guys are incredibly good. I mean, Wesley So, like you say, has been playing amazing chess. He's won 2 of these events. I've also been, over the last year, probably most impressed with Anish's play. He seems to have made the biggest improvement out of the guys at the top. He's very confident. He's playing very aggressive chess. Those whole rumours of him, being a draw master can be completely squashed now, because he doesn't play like that at all. And you can see from his interviews, he's a very confident chap as well, confident in his own ability, which he's showing on the board. So he's doing well.
All right.
And yeah, Simon, talking of Anish, I asked him earlier whether he felt that he won the games or whether Wesley lost the games, because Wesley took that quick draw and was punished by the chess gods. Do you believe in the chess gods?
Ooh. I believe in the chess gods. I maybe believe in sort of a little bit of karma. I think fortune does favour the brave. And I think if you start playing like a wet fish, and you're like, oh, no, I'm too scared, get the queens off, I want to draw, you're probably going to get punished, right? Well, you should do. I hope that's the way it works. I don't know if it's always fair, chess, but I do believe that you make your own luck in life and in chess. So I think there's some, definitely, I believe the chess gods, basically. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah. And if you start playing like a fish, Simon, you can always bring up your favorite book, Chess and Fishing.
Chess and Fishing, classic book from a couple hundred years ago. You get loads of brilliant
Mr.
ideas.
Van Winkle, wasn't it?
Right.
Yes, I think, was it Eric Van Winkle? I think, yeah.
Famous.
Yes.
Just go and Google it now. You'll find it in all the libraries around the country.
Well, Simon, I have to put you on the spot, but this one's a very nice one. So our quiz of the day is, who is the coolest celebrity you've met or would like to meet?
I don't know, really. I mean, I did once meet Roger Moore, who played James Bond, and it was actually quite a funny story. I was only about 10 or 11 years old, and he was filming up in Scotland with Michael Caine. My name's Michael Caine, and sorry about that. And he was filming in a tent, and I was actually a kid, and I managed to sneak into his tent. So I got under the tent, got past his security guards, and I was like, hello, Roger. And I got my photo taken with him, and he was like, you would make a very good James Bond, sneaking past all the security guards. So that was quite a cool encounter. And there is a photo out there with me and Roger Moore. So, yeah, that was fun.
Oh, we have to find that.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see it, Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Twitter somewhere. So, yeah.
Sneaky.
Actually, in my apartment in Norway, there's only one picture on the wall. It's Roger Moore.
Is it? What? It's okay. So chess players and Roger Moore.
Clearly.
I guess so. It's not me then, David.
I meant 2 pictures in my apartment.
Of course. Because we know you have David on your bedroom, right, Simon?
Oh, everywhere. Yeah, my hero. Yeah.
All right, we have one more thing we have to take with you, Simon, and that is the puzzle of the day. It is none of the players in the semi-finals, but I think Geary, he faced Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the quarterfinals, right? And MVL is one of the players in this puzzle.
That's right. Yeah, this puzzle is taken from a game of MVL, who's leading also the candidate, so he could be the next contender for the World Championships. And this was played when MVL Maxime was only 17 years old. It was from the French Championships, and he never won the French Championships, but this gave him his first victory. Now, we had the black pieces, and this was quite a difficult combination because it goes on a number of moves. But this is the kind of skill that you need to try and learn when you're becoming a better chess player. Obviously, the beginners out there, don't worry too much about it, but it's foreseeing forced moves and seeing ahead. So before you play the move, you've got to try to visualize, okay, I go here, he's only got one move, and I've got to try to keep attacking him. How will the game develop? And the first move I especially like, MVL in this position, that pawn is 1 square away from queening, but he actually knights it. So he pushes the pawn on and he gets a knight. And this is a lovely move to be able to play. There's some kind of artistic value to this. This is the best move because it attacks the king with a check. You have to be very careful playing this online because you might have it, if you're playing in this tournament, auto promotes a queen. But okay, this forces the king to come to f4. That's the only square. And now we've got to keep attacking that king. So the rook comes down and attacks the king again. Rook to h4 check. The king has 2 squares to go to. So this is everything you need to visualize when getting that knight. If the king goes to the center, hopefully everyone can see it's checkmate in 1 move. How can we attack that king?
Give me a second, Simon.
I will do. Look at ways to attack that king.
Okay, I see it now. Yep.
What's the move, Kyle?
Okay. Yeah, what's the move? Come on, press us.
Wait, so checkmate in 1 move here, right?
In 1 move, yes, that's right.
And black to move.
Black to move.
Black to move and check. I want to check this over.
Bishop.
Yeah.
There's actually 2 ways.
Oh.
Checkmate in 1 move.
Yeah. So either way, you move the bishop to attack the king, and it's checkmate. So which I know you had there.
Yeah.
So that would be checkmate. But if the king goes the other way, that's a very nice position. That king trapped in the middle of the board. And if the king goes the other way to the side, and this is where it gets a bit trickier, here, it may look like now white is surviving. And the next move, again, is a really hard move to see. But I really like this move because it ends in a beautiful checkmate. We now give up the rook. So we go for bishop check again. And this forces, there's only 1 move for white here. White's got to take our rook. Only possibility because the king is in check. And again, we've got to keep the action up because as soon as we give white a bit of time, we're going to be losing because he's got the extra queen. So what other checks do we have here? We can now use the pawn. So the pawn pushes on and gives a check. That king has to come forwards. It's the only square. And now we can keep attacking it. It's a tricky one. The knight now comes back in with check. The king comes down. We're nearly there. And the final move here is the pawn goes up the board, and this is actually checkmate. Look at the bishops after the pawn moves to g4. The bishop's attacking the king, and the king has nowhere else to move. So again, it is a tricky combination there. I like trying to vary it with you guys at home, but maybe if you had a bit of time, you might have solved some of that puzzle there. Very, very tough, though.
This was a tough one. And wow,
it was.
Badass played by Vachier-Lagrave then.
Very nice play from him. Yeah, I mean, he was 17 and that was one of his best wins ever. So beautiful stuff.
All right, playing like James Bond.
That's right. Yeah, playing like James Bond. I wonder who's the most James Bond.
Look at that.
Look how innocent I am.
Very cute. That is it. Oh wow, that's a cool picture.
I don't know what went all wrong after that, but yes, there I am. Snuck into his tent there, and he was really nice.
Actually, Simon, which one is Roger Moore here?
Oh, well, that's tough, yeah. Future Bond, yeah. And he's got a cool kilt on there as well. So, yeah, all good. That was a nice moment anyway.
Fantastic.
Really nice moment.
All right, very cool. So that's the best celebrity you ever met?
I think so. Yeah, it has to be.
All right, Simon, final predictions for tomorrow. Who's going to head to the finals?
I think Magnus will fight back. I think it will go into a playoff, and I think anything's possible there. I think he's going to do his best. He's playing so well. Today was a bad day for him, but he's going to come back. He's going to be really difficult to play against. I'm going to go for Anish. I think Anish might be able to draw out the games tomorrow and win it without going to a tiebreak. So I'm thinking Anish versus Magnus in the final. That would be a good one, right?
Definitely. All right, Simon, we're looking forward to tomorrow. Also looking forward to have you back. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Ooh, all right. I'm actually a little bit jealous. Must be so much fun to hang out with Roger Moore.
I know, and to sneak under his tent and and get away with it. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah.
Brave. All right. Well, that is the question of the day. What's the coolest celebrity?
Yes.
I'm wondering if you have some cool answers.
We do have some cool answers. Now, the first answer I'd like to show you took us all a little bit by surprise. David is all I can say. He entered our competition. Just seen the quiz, not sure who is most famous, but I've met both Magnus Carlsen and the Spice Girls.
I'm so jealous.
I know, there he is with Mel C and Emma B. Oh my goodness me.
You look like
you look like you belong right in the middle of them.
Yeah, I was very lucky. I was actually doing a chess event in Hyde Park in London. It was called Yes to Chess, and it was sponsored by Barclaycard. And they ran the music festival. They gave me VIP tickets, backstage passes and everything, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I still remember Emma Bunton saying, "Oh, you're a chess player. That's so cool."
All right. Well, also met Magnus Carlsen, obviously. It's our pick.
Played alongside him. Go on, David. You have to choose one.
I'm not sure who's cooler. Magnus, forgive me, but the Spice Girls.
yeah. How about you, Jamaica?
Have I met any celebrities?
Yeah.
No. I mean, just chess ones. Yeah. And that's it.
Well, those are big enough.
Yeah, those are pretty big. But I mean, I never ever had a kind of encounter with a.
Spice Girls.
No, nothing like that. But, you know, if any celebrities are out there watching...
You play chess with a footballer.
Yeah. OK, yes, of course.
Yeah,
Martin
and
Kelly,
he wanted to play with you, so I bet you... So you're the biggest celebrity in that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Martin Kelly.
Yeah, and we also have an answer from Harry Galsotti, which we liked. I would like to meet 50 Cent because I ask him his opinion... Kaya!
Yeah, I jumped in the airport in New York once, yeah.
Wow, he will give his 50 Cent, which is far cooler than the 2 cents of everyone. OK, so what did he tell you?
No, I didn't talk to him. He was just like with his entourage walking by, and I was like, whoa. And he was so smaller than I thought he would
be.
Really?
Yeah, Is he not like...
No, he was
like
sort of like my height.
Meters.
Yeah, it felt like it anyways. I mean, I wasn't that close to him.
Yeah. And we also liked King Wozniak, who says, I would like to meet someone from that trio, Magnus Carlsen, David Howell, and myself. And I just love her illustration as well, you know, and the little scattering of pieces, beautifully done. And we did like that one.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also liked the tweet from EW. Now, this is seriously cool. Spending time with not just one, but 2 celebrities. My little chess girl playing with Magnus. That is, like, also insane. While Prime Minister Erna Solberg as spectator in IS-318, also known as the Brooklyn Castle in Netflix. Like, this is, like... different levels of coolness here, you know. The chess movie, Magnus, Erna Solberg, and there's her daughter playing chess.
Very cool.
But the lucky winner of our Air Things mini device, that is going to Christian Baluta. He said he'd love to meet Columbo if he was still alive. He catches killers in a unique way. Not even chess players can succeed in tricking him, as seen in the Most Dangerous Match episode. And I have to say, I spent a lot of my university time watching reruns of Columbo, and we had a great time, you know, especially with his eyes. Yeah, absolutely. Well done, Christian. Definitely a worthy candidate of meeting a celebrity.
Fantastic. All right. Well, the celebrities in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour will keep fighting tomorrow. Simon said he was betting on Magnus Geary in the finals. What's your bet, David?
Yeah, 4 stars. It's hard to pick among them. I think we will see Nepomniachtchi and Giri come through.
Oh,
I think that they'll hold their lead.
And how fun would that be? Players and the candidates against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absolutely awesome. I'm going to go controversial. I'm going to say there's going to be a big comeback and we're going to see 2 tie breaks and we're going to see, you know, the ones we've seen before, Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen.
Ooh, all right. We have 2 bets here. It's going to be so much fun as the semi-finals will be decided tomorrow. And it's a new situation for world champion Magnus Carlsen. He has to make a comeback. He has to win that match to take it to tie breaks. All right, so we are in for such a dramatic and exciting day of semi-finals tomorrow. Who will head to the finals? It's going to be 2 of these, and 1 will be the winner. So we hope you will be back with us for the drama tomorrow. We definitely will be back. So hope to see you. Bye.